Halloween Massacre, an original Halloween/Texas Chainsaw Massacre novella by Jeremy Terry. Prologue, August 9th, 1973. It was the hottest summer that Jebediah Bubba Sawyer could remember, which was really saying something when you were talking about summer in Texas. He looked out the window at the empty countryside surrounding his home and wondered at the fun shapes he imagined he saw in the blowing dust clouds. It hadn't rained in weeks, and everything beyond the thin pane of glass looked listless and dead. A blade of grass might snap in two at the merest touch of a finger. Jed caught sight of his reflection in this thin pane of glass and turned away in disgust. That was his ugly face, the bad one he was born with, the one he hid behind his better faces. His older brother, Drayton, was angry with him because he let the pretty girl get away, and because Nubbins was killed the day before. His punishment was that Drayton took away the faces Jed had taken from the other people. Jed liked having different faces to put on. He had a set of clothes that went with each face. His work face, his dress-up face, and his woman face that he wore a pretty dress with. Leatherface, that's what Drayton and Nubbins called him. They laughed at him and hit him. They called him things like retard and bedwetter. Still, they were his family, and he loved them. He wished Nubbins was there with him. It made him sad to remember the sound Nubbins' body made when the truck crushed him. He'd carried him back to the house after he lost the pretty girl, limping the whole way because he'd cut his thigh with his own chainsaw during the chase. He clutched the bandaged wound, moaning softly in pain. Drayton had sewn him up with twine and needle after they had buried Nubbins. Drayton said he would be right as rain in no time, but the fire in his leg only seemed to grow deeper as time went by. Jed wondered if he needed medicine. He looked up at the decorations hanging from the ceiling above him. They were wind chimes made of human bone and bound with dried-out sinew. Nubbins made each one by hand, from the leftovers of the ones they caught after Jed butchered them and Drayton cooked them. There were many wind chimes. Anger flared, and he clenched his fist. Nubbins would never, ever make another decoration again, and it was all because of the pretty girl and her friends. They'd come, as most of them did, like thieves in the night, trespassing on the family's land. The first two came right into their home by cracky. It was a sin that could not go unpunished. Jed caught the first man by surprise, bursting from his butcher shop beneath the stairs and smashing his head with the mallet until he stopped moving. The girl came in just as he was pulling the man inside to dress him out. How she screamed as he chased her down the hallway. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her inside the butcher shop, where he hung her on a meat hook. He made her watch while he cut the man up with his chainsaw, prepping him for their dinner that night. The girl went into the freezer with the man's leftovers. The third one came to the house later, searching for his friends. He found them too. Jed watched from the shadows as the man opened the freezer and the mostly dead girl popped up like a jack-in-the-box. The sight almost made Jed chuckle. He'd rushed forward then and did for the man like he did for the first with the mallet. The man's head caved in and his mushed brains had squeezed out. Jed remembered thinking that Drayton was going to be mad with him for ruining the brains. Drayton liked to eat brains mixed with eggs for breakfast in the morning. It was a very upsetting day, and it wasn't over yet. Jed heard voices coming near the house. He grabbed his chainsaw and set out, coming upon the pretty girl and a fat, whiny man in a wheelchair. Jed hated the sound of the man's voice. It was like the constant braying of a donkey that he'd once chopped the head off of. The fat man didn't stand a chance because he couldn't stand, couldn't run. Jed jumped from the bushes and sawed the man's belly open, sending his shredded guts flying off into the night. The pretty girl saw what he did and ran towards the lights of Jed's home, thinking she would find help. Instead, she found Grandpa Sawyer sitting in his wheelchair. Grandpa doesn't look so good anymore, so she thought he was dead like Grandma Sawyer sitting in the corner. She screamed and ran, and Jed chased her all the way to Drayton's gas station. Drayton brought her back, and they cut her finger to feed Grandpa. The pretty girl didn't like that one bit, so she fainted. She woke up the next morning making a lot of noise. Drayton and Nubbins made fun of her some, like they made fun of him, and then they decided to kill her. They wanted Grandpa to do it, but Grandpa Sawyer just didn't have the strength he used to, and he kept dropping the hammer. That's when the pretty girl broke free and ran outside. Drayton ordered Nubbins and him to bring her back, so they chased her down the driveway to the road. That's where a truck driver ran over his brother and squished him. Jed tried to kill the man, but the man hit him with a wrench, hurting his head and causing him to cut himself with his chainsaw before running off. The pretty girl was the other way down the road, waving at another truck. Jed chose to go after her, and he almost caught her, but his injured leg slowed him down just enough. She howled with laughter as the truck pulled away from him, and he had screamed with frustration and unquenchable rage. So many bad things, and now there might be more bad things on the way. Jed grimaced as Drayton began to shout in the next room. He was talking with Cousin Dink about what they should do. Drayton didn't want to leave their home or his gas station to rot empty and abandoned under the scorching Texas sun. Dink saw things a different way. "You ain't got the brains God gave a gopher, Drayton Sawyer. Think things through, ye idiot. That Sally girl your retard brother let go has already made it to the sheriff. I'm surprised they haven't already come and beat down your door." "Well, what do you suggest I do? Take Grandpa and Bubba on the road in my old pick-em-up? That ain't no way for a man to live. A man needs a place to call his own, a place to put down roots." "Trees get moved and replanted all the time," Dink said. "You can't always sink new roots as long as you and yours are still drawing breath." Jed heard Drayton sigh and felt a twinge of pain in his chest at the idea of moving away from everything he'd ever known. The thought frightened him. He looked out the window and caught sight of a new plume of dust that hung in the air like a beige cloud. Someone was driving down the road near the house. "Fine then," Drayton said. "What do you suggest we do? Should I pack Grandpa up and Bubba up and move on into your place on the other side of the county? I suppose we could hide at the old slaughterhouse." The dust cloud was nearer. It pulsed faintly with red and blue lights. As it lit from below, a low sound reached Jed's ears. "Y'all know you're always welcome to stay with us at the home place," Dink said. "Hell, Ma would love the company. She hasn't seen hide nor hair of y'all in months." The sound was much louder now. It grew with each passing second. Conversation in the other room faltered as the blaring well reached the two men. "Dink," Drayton said, "is that—" A line of black vans and sheriff's cruisers crested a rise, their lights and sirens working. Dink had been right. The pretty Sally girl had reached the law. Anger coursed through Jed, and he loosed a shout to bring the others. Dink and Drayton were at his side in an instant. They leaned down and peered out at the new trespassers on their land. "Just look at those fuckers," Drayton shouted, kicking Jed in the side with a booted foot. "Do you see the mess you caused all because you couldn't catch one little girl? This is all your fault." Dink, a huge man, swathed in rolls of mounded fat, put his own boot in Drayton, sending the smaller man rolling to the floor. Drayton looked up at Dink and hissed. Dink slapped the side of Drayton's head with a meaty hand. "You can lay blame later, hoss," Dink said. "We gotta find a way out of here before they throw us all on irons." "It's too late to run," Drayton spat, howling with fatalistic glee. "The pigs are already here. Come with me. I got a few rifles in the kitchen. We're gonna have to shoot our way out." Dink paled, fresh sweat breaking out on his brow. He looked out the window again, saw that Drayton was right, and nodded, causing his fat jowls to quiver. "Well, shit," Dink said, following Drayton from the room. "I haven't had to kill nobody for a while. Living the peaceful life was kinda nice." Jed stood and lumbered along in their wake. Things were happening so fast, everything spinning out of control, and Jed did not like that. They walked into the musty kitchen, and Drayton flung open a box stowed beneath the sink. He pulled out 2 lever-action rifles, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Dink. Jed stood for a moment and then walked out to the front hallway and into the butcher shop. He walked past the freezer that held the remains of 2 of the pretty girl's friends and picked up his bloodied mallet and chainsaw. The trespassers would pay. He would see to that. And when he was finished, his family would have more meat than they could eat in a month. An amplified voice called from outside, so garbled by static that Jed couldn't understand it. Drayton must have been able to, however. "You can take your surrender and shove it up your ass!" And that's when the fight started. Gunshots rang out from every point of the compass, sending splinters of wood flying through the air inside the home. Buzzing, invisible wasps hummed around Jed. One grazed his bicep, drawing a thin line of blood through his skin. Jed ran into the living room just in time to see one of the buzzing bullets strike Grandpa Sawyer in the bridge of his nose, splattering the ancient man's brains across the dirty floor. "You bastards!" Drayton screamed, firing his rifle empty. 2 FBI agents fell dead to the Texas hardpan. Dink dropped another man, but it was useless. 6 agents surged forward to take the 3 dead men's place. A bullet struck Jed in his already injured leg, and he collapsed to the floor, clutching the bullet wound and reopened chainsaw gash. He looked up, saw Drayton calling his name, and then a shotgun blast opened Drayton's chest cavity, pulping his lungs and heart. The thin man tumbled back into the center of the room like a rag doll tossed by a careless child. "Drayton!" Dink shouted, brandishing his rifle and shooting the FBI agent that killed his cousin. An object flew through the broken window to land at the fat man's feet. It looked very much like a black baseball. Then the baseball exploded in a burst of sound and blinding light, and Jed rolled away howling. He hit a wall and crawled to his knees, blinking away the flashbang's effects. He heard pounding footsteps and more gunfire. Dink cried out in pain somewhere nearby. There was an object at his right hand. He gripped it tight and lifted it, feeling the familiar weight. "My mallet!" Jed felt a presence looming over him, and he surged up off the floor with a shout of rage, swinging the big hammer. It connected with the agent's jaw like a bulldozer, shattering his teeth and jawbone. Jed raised the mallet and brought it down again, caving the terrified man's left cheek in. "Freeze, you freak!" Jed turned to see 4 agents converging on him with their weapons raised. Jed didn't hesitate, and neither did they. Bullets and buckshot peppered his body, setting nerve endings alight. He tried to lift the mallet with numb fingers, and it slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor beside the dead agent. Jed took a step and collapsed in a heap. He stared ahead at Drayton's corpse. Dink lay beyond him, his rotund belly and heavy chest dotted here and there with bright red flowers. "We got the sickos!" one of the agents shouted, pumping his arm in the air. Jed longed to lop off that with his saw and feed it to him, raw and squirting. But he was suddenly so very tired. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment and felt darkness closing in. Jed fought against it and lost. "Would you take a look at that?" one of the other agents said. "This one is still alive." "How in blazes is that possible?" asked another. "We damn near blew him to pieces. I think he took a round in the head." "I don't know how it's possible, but it is. Look at his chest rise and fall. That sick freak is trying to pull through." There was more, but Jed couldn't make it out. He sighed and let the darkness take him down, where he wouldn't have to think about dead family or the pretty girl named Sally who got away. October 31st, 1978. The shape watched them from the shadows at the top of the stairs. He remembered the little blonde boy the babysitter called Tommy. He met the boy outside the school earlier that very day after the other children bullied him and made him smash his pumpkin. The boy reminded him of another little blonde boy from long ago, back before the slashing, stabbing, bloodletting, back when the shape thought of himself by a different name. Tommy and the little dark-haired girl named Lindsay trembled in the babysitter's arms as she tried to calm them. He stared at them, breathing deeply, smelling the older girl's shampoo and the musky scent of all their mingled fear. The older girl's name was Laurie Strode. She burned like a searchlight in his mind, had from the moment he had laid eyes on her as she walked up on the porch of his childhood home. He stood a foot away on the other side of the front door as she placed a set of keys beneath a faded welcome mat. Oh, how he'd wanted to take her then, but another voice had whispered he must wait. So he followed her as she went to school and then home, followed her as she and her friend drove across town to babysit the two little children. "Sister," whispered the voice. He saw Laurie's face change to the screaming face of his long-dead sister Judith. Why should that be? The two had only a passing resemblance with each other. But the voice was insistent. It made his blood boil. He wanted to feel Laurie's hot blood run over his hands like Judith's did, wanted to stare into her eyes as she took her last breath. Tommy glanced up and screamed, "Laurie, it's the boogeyman!" Laurie moved fast, pushing the two little kids into the open door to his right, ordering them to lock the door. They did, and she spun and ran into the open door opposite. Foolish. They were on the second floor. Where could she possibly escape to? He stalked forward with his butcher knife in hand and stepped inside after her. There was a bed against the wall and glass doors to his right that led out onto a narrow balcony looking out on the front yard and the dark street beyond. He took a step towards the door, thinking she might have tried to jump, and then he paused as faint whispering came from the closed closet door to his left. She was there. Her race was run and there was nowhere else to go. He crossed the room and yanked the door handle. The doors gave a little, but would not open. He pulled harder, but they would not give. She secured it from the inside with a necktie or a belt. It didn't matter. Nothing would keep him from her. He lashed out with the knife's pommel and smashed the flimsy wooden slats. 3 blows and the hole was large enough to fit his upper body through. He leaned in and looked down to see her crouched on the closet floor. Only she wasn't paralyzed with fear. There was something long and thin in her hand. She thrust it up and fresh pain bloomed a centimeter from his eye. He dropped the knife, clutching at his wounded face. A flash of movement and she plunged 2 inches of the butcher knife into his stomach. He stumbled back and fell to the carpeted floor. Laurie emerged from her refuge a moment later, eyeing him warily. She stepped over him and shuffled out into the hallway. The shape heard her knock on the bathroom door and tell the children the boogeyman was dead. She told them to run down the street and have the neighbors call the sheriff. He waited and watched. She still hadn't moved from her spot just outside the door. He heard the front door downstairs slam and the children scream for help, slowly diminishing as they fled up the street. It was time. He sat up and got to his feet. Blood ran down his cheek from the small puncture wound there. More ran from the wound in his stomach, making the front of his coveralls red. He reached the doorway as he took a step towards the stairs. He would not be thwarted again. He grabbed her by the throat and squeezed. She surprised him, as she had done several times over the course of this night. One look at her would tell you she was exhausted to the point of collapse, yet she fought him like a wild animal. She grabbed his mask and pushed it up, exposing the face underneath. He let her go and pulled the mask back on. Footsteps at the top of the stairs. He turned to see a familiar figure pointing a revolver at him. It was his doctor from Smith's Grove Sanitarium, Dr. Samuel Lewis. The shape took a step towards Laurie and Loomis fired the gun. The bullet struck the shape in the left side, breaking a rib and knocking him back into the room. Loomis was on him in a second, firing the remaining 5 rounds into him. The shape fell back through the glass doors and over the patio's railing. He tumbled on the grass 15 feet below and came to rest on his back, looking up at the stars in the night sky. A second later, Loomis peered over the rail and saw him. He would be down in a minute or less. The shape had to get away before Loomis could take him back to Smith's Grove. He turned over onto his stomach and began to crawl across the grass towards a wooded lot at the rear of the house. Each foot gained was agony, each bullet and stab wound singing. He heard Loomis's frantic footsteps and then car tires on the street. He reached the edge of the woods and passed into the midnight darkness under the bow. Raised voices drew near. Loomis and another man. They would be on him in seconds. He tried to stand so he could flee or fight and found he could not. He felt weak, lightheaded. Stars began to explode at the edges of his vision. 2 shapes appeared above him. Loomis brandished the revolver, thumbed the hammer back. He aimed at the shape's head. "Loomis, no!" The other person was dressed in a sheriff's uniform. He lunged forward and forced the gun's muzzle skyward. "It has to be done, Brackett," Loomis said. "Michael Myers is evil, pure and simple. He can't be allowed to keep going, or nights like tonight will happen again and again. Don't you understand? He's a monster." Brackett didn't loosen his grip. "He may be a monster. He may be the most evil son of a bitch to ever walk the earth, but it doesn't change things. Look at him. He's completely helpless. Hell, he'll probably bleed to death before we can get him to the hospital anyway. The point is that shooting him now would be cold-blooded murder. You'd be no better than him." Loomis hissed out breath, shaking Brackett off. "I can live with that if it means no one else will ever die at his hands." Brackett shook his head. "Maybe you can, but I can't. Holster the gun now." Loomis hesitated for a moment and then stowed the revolver back in a trench coat pocket. The shape heard metal clink against metal, felt cold steel cinch down on his wrist. The last of the fight went out of him then. He was theirs. Soon he would be back in his cell at Smith's Grove, where Dr. Loomis would pump him full of drugs that fogged his brain and kept him safe. It might be so for a time, but he was a patient monster, and Halloween would come around again. It was only a matter of time. Part 1. Reunions. Chapter 1. The Show Must Go On. Dr. Terrence Wynn sat smoking a Cuban cigar he'd illegally imported a month ago. He savored the taste before blowing the blue smoke towards the open window in front of him. He leaned forward as a group of stooped men shuffled around the building's corner, escorted by 2 Smith's Grove security guards. This was a gardening class, meant to bring joy to the nearly catatonic patients of the sanitarium. It was one of his many ideas he implemented over the last several years as the public sentiment shifted more and more towards rehabilitation instead of simple incarceration and medication. He took another puff off the cigar and sighed as he stared out over his own private fiefdom. Life was good, and why shouldn't it be? All he wanted was for Smith's Grove to thrive so that sick people could be made well. Of course, who could blame him if he profited from its success? After all, it had been a hard road after the whole Myers thing. He'd lost count of the number of state and county investigators that had trapezed through the institution in the wake of the incident. You would have thought that Myers was the most prolific serial murderer in recorded history with the way they all blustered about. No one seemed to be able to put it all in perspective. 4 dead in one night was awful, but it didn't make him anything remarkable in the realm of serial killers. The board of directors had almost fired Wynne. They needed a scapegoat, and he fit the bill. In the end, Wynne convinced them to give him a chance to manage the situation, and manage it he had. He had turned things around, made Smith's Grove into the shining example of state-of-the-art psychological practice that it was. He'd earned national recognition for his work, and everyone had congratulated him. Everyone save for one man, that was Samuel Loomis. The man was a constant thorn in his side. Wynne would have gotten rid of the man years ago, but Loomis had friends on the board, so he stayed, never missing the chance to pontificate about the evil thing they housed within their walls. Wynne remembered seeing interviews in the aftermath of Myers' escape and killing spree. The news reporter struck gold with little blonde-haired Tommy Doyle. He'd coined a new nickname for Myers, one which Loomis had adopted and ran with: the Boogeyman. That was the title of the sensational article Loomis authored the year after the incident. The article was published in Newsweek in spite of Wynne's best efforts to keep it from seeing print. That article set Wynne's efforts back 6 months. The Cuban cigar had gone out. Wynne eyed it, found he was no longer enjoying it, and put it in a humidor beneath his desk for later use. He turned away from the window, tapping his fingers on the antique, gilded phone on the desktop. He felt his pulse quicken. Any minute now it would ring, bringing with it glorious news. A nationally syndicated talk show called Gerardo Talks had proposed an arrangement. The show's producers and host wanted to film an episode in Michael Myers' hometown of Hadenfield. They wanted Myers and another killer, one Jedediah Sawyer, present on stage for the show. Gerardo wanted to interview witnesses and surviving victims in front of a live studio audience, and the show was offering a substantial donation to the sanitarium to make this happen. Wynne and the board thought this a great idea. Loomis did not. The fool had balked, shouting and causing a scene. Wynne thought him as crazy as his patients. The man had gone too far this time, and Wynne refused to let him stand in the way of such an opportunity. Wynne found a conference talking place in a town 50 miles away from Smith's Grove and 100 miles from Hadenfield. He'd scheduled the doctor to attend the 2-week event. Loomis had been gone a week, and that was partly responsible for Wynne's good mood. He'd loved the quiet, loved not having to listen to any more elegant monologues about the evil. That's a stupid moniker, he thought. The phone rang and Wynne smiled. He lifted the receiver from its cradle and placed it to his ear. "Yes, this is Dr. Wynne." "Hello, muchacho," said the smooth voice on the other end of the line. "This is the man you've been dying to talk to, Axel Gerardo himself. How's it shaking?" "Things are good on our end." "Excellent," Gerardo said. Wynne heard a prolonged snort from Gerardo's end, and envisioned the man bent over a table, snorting cocaine through a rolled-up $100 bill. "I will have Myers on site at the television studio tomorrow," Wynne continued. "Shackled and under constant armed guard, of course." "I wouldn't have it any other way," Gerardo laughed. "It will make him seem all the more terrifying." "What about the other individual?" Wynne asked. "Have you been able to secure him for tomorrow?" "Of course, Kimosabe. Leatherface will be in attendance. This is gonna set network television records, with he and Myers on stage in front of the cameras. Life is great, my friend." "It will be, as long as your people make good on our arrangements," Wynne said. "No worries there," Gerardo said. "The donation will be transferred to your people before the end of the day today." "Very good. "It's been a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Gerardo." Gerardo scoffed. "What's this Mr. crap? Mr. Gerardo was my grandfather. I never knew my old man. You can call me Axel. Everyone does." Wynne rolled his eyes, thinking the talk show host was an insufferable dickwad. He cleared his throat. "Axel it is, then. We will talk soon. Good luck with the show." "You don't need luck when you have talent," Gerardo said. There was a click and the line went dead. Wynne shook his head and placed the phone receiver back in its cradle. "Just remember," he thought, "you may find the man repellent, but you absolutely love his money. You can put up with an excess of personality for a few more days." A few more days. He glanced down at the calendar on his desk. The page was flipped to October 1986. He had crossed out each day as it passed, marking the ever-quickening passage of time, one inkblot at a time. It was Thursday, the 30th day of October. The television show would be filmed the following day, October 31st, 1986, Halloween. Loomis had certainly made a big deal about that. He called Wynne an idiot. He said that exposing Michael to the public on any day was a horrible idea, but to do it on the anniversary of all of his murders was tantamount to wielding the killing knife himself. Melodramatic as always, Loomis would see. Wynne would show him that only good could come from Gerardo's plan. Nothing bad would happen. He was sure of it. Chapter 2. Football Practice. A brisk autumn wind blew brown and orange leaves from the trees near the Hadenfield High School football field. They tumbled along the ground, piled up in drifts against the chain-link fence and beneath the bleachers. 16-year-old Tommy Doyle bent over and plucked one from those gathered beneath the scarred picnic table he sat at. His long blonde hair fluttered in the breeze as he began to pluck the leaf apart. Those that knew him as a young child could still see the boy he had once been, buried beneath his careworn features. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he seemed constantly on edge, as if he expected someone to attack him at any second. "You never smile, Tommy," thought 15-year-old Edgar Eds Haskins. Eds was small for his age, not very athletic, and cursed with horrible eyesight. He pushed his glasses back in place and sighed. He knew what was bothering his friend, knew it very well. Eds lived on the same street as Tommy and Lindsay Wallace. He remembered the dreadful night back in 1978. He and his parents woke to the sound of gunfire a few houses over, and had rushed outside to stare once the sheriff's deputies had arrived. He remembered thinking that the red bubble lights on the deputies' cruisers' roofs made the trees along the street seem to bleed. Ed shoved his battered copy of Tolkien's Fellowship of the Rings into his backpack before turning to stare at Tommy. "Are you really going to go?" Tommy glanced out across the football field to where Lindsay Wallace and Annie Thompson were practicing with the other members of the cheerleading team. Beyond them, star quarterback and Lindsay's current boyfriend, Victor "Vic" Torrington, completed a handoff to running back Jason Kilpatrick. Normal kids going through their everyday lives. Even Lindsay. How did they do it? How did she do it after everything they'd been through? "I'm doing good to get out of bed and put my shirt on the right side out," he thought. "Tommy?" He turned back and nodded. Yeah, I'm gonna go. My therapist says it will be good for me to. He paused to do air quotes with his fingers. Face my boogeyman. What a fucking joke. Tommy rolled his eyes and reached down to pull a 6-inch long switchblade knife from his sock. He depressed the button to release the blade and began cleaning his fingernails with the tip. I hate that thing, Ed said, frowning at him. Why do you have it? Tommy shrugged. It enhances my sense of security. You look like a hoodlum. You're going to get in trouble if someone else catches you with that thing. So what's new? Tommy asked. He closed the blade and put the knife back in his sock. There, happy? Ecstatic, Ed said. What do your parents think about you going to the show? They are all for it. They're ready to jump on board with anything that might help. I guess they're tired of me waking up screaming in the middle of the night. Hell, Dad offered to buy my ticket, but I told him it was complimentary. The TV people said it was free for someone so important to the narrative. Of course, man, Ed said. You know better than most. You were there that night. You saw him. Tommy looked down at his hands. I don't know better than Lori. True, Ed said. How is she? Have you heard? Her parents still have her in therapy, but she seems okay. She just graduated from college. I hear she's going to be a teacher. A wistful expression came over Ed's face. I wish she was going to be my teacher. Damn, she's fine. It's too bad her folks moved them all away. A shrill whistle blared, signaling the end of practice, and the two boys gathered their things. They stood and walked over to where Lindsay and Annie were packing up. God, Ed's thought. Talk about fine. He stared at the two girls in awe. Annie was light where Lindsay was dark. Annie's hair was blonde, Lindsay's was black. They turned identical smiles on the boys, stunning them speechless. Why don't you take a picture? Annie asked, giggling. It'll last longer. Ed's blushed crimson and looked away. He cleared his throat and spoke, his voice much higher than normal. So, Lindsay, are you planning to go to the TV show tomorrow? A strange expression passed over Lindsay's face as she glanced at Tommy. I don't think so, Eds. I don't need to see that man again. I got my closure years ago. Annie nodded, putting an arm around the other girl's shoulders. I don't blame her for not wanting to dredge up all those old memories. My cousin Nancy went through some similar shit a few years ago, and it really messed her up. Facing the monster that did it wouldn't help her. Yeah, you're probably right, Ed said. You moved here from Ohio, right? Correct, Annie said. I lived in a town called Springwood. Ed frowned, his brow wrinkling behind his large glasses. Wait a minute, I remember hearing something about that town in the news. There was a wacko killing kids, right? He used a glove that he made that had 4 razors for fingers? That's right, Annie said. His name was Fred Krueger. The newspapers called him the Springwood Slasher. Another butcher, Tommy muttered, shaking his head in disgust. The newspapers around here dubbed Michael Myers the babysitter killer. Why do they feel the need to sensationalize every horrible thing? It's simple, Ed said. They have no souls. All they care about is the bottom line. How many papers can we sell? How many people can we get to watch their show on the boob tube? Tommy spit in the dry grass. They make me sick. I agree with you, Annie continued. It was the same back in '68 when Krueger was caught and tried for the murders. The bad thing was, he got away with it. He was acquitted by the courts due to an error made by the police. He walked out of the court smiling, free to take his killing spree on the road. Too bad for him, the parents of Springwood had other plans for him. They followed him to the boiler room he worked in, the place where he took his victims, and they burned it to the ground with him inside. Serves the freak right, Tommy said. I hope he suffered. 1968 is ages ago, though, Ed said. You said your cousin went through something a few years ago. Right, Annie said, smiling at him. This is where the story gets weird. A new series of murders started up. The police blamed a teenage boy named Rod Lane at first. He was arrested and hung himself in his jail cell before he could go to trial. The funny thing was that more people died after Rod committed suicide. Nancy said Freddy Krueger was the killer. She said that Freddy would come after you in your dreams, and if you died in your sleep, you died for real. It all ended when she witnessed her boyfriend Glenn get killed. He lived in the house across the street and saw it all happen through his bedroom window. I guess seeing that kind of broke her. They never did catch the real killer. Nancy was never the same after that. My parents refused to let me talk to her, and we moved out of town soon after. They were all silent for a moment, and then Ed's whistled. That's gnarly. A dead man that kills you in your sleep? A ghost you can't escape because everyone has to sleep eventually? Now that's what you call a real boogeyman, right, Tommy? Tommy grimaced at the question and looked away. Eds, you dope, Lindsay said, slapping the small boy's shoulder. Have some tact. Ed's eyes went wide as realization washed over him. He turned to Tommy. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, dude. Tommy waved the apology away, trying to put on a brave face as Vic and Jason walked up. What are you sorry for, Edgar? Vic asked as he put his arm around Lindsay's waist, resting his hand low on her hip. You don't have to apologize for existing. Haven't you heard? It's cool to be a nerd these days. Yeah, dude, Jason said, trying to put his arm around Annie, who brushed it off, pinching her nose and waving a hand in front of her face. Jason sniffed his armpit and shrugged. Don't worry about it, bro. Let your nerd flag fly. Tommy took a step forward, but stopped when Lindsay stepped between them all, her hands on her hips. That's enough, Vic. Eds is my friend, so lay off. Vic looked chagrined. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just having a little fun. Eds is all right in my book. Yeah, Jason said. I happen to be a nerd myself. I just hide it, you know. I have a reputation as a dumb jock to keep up. It wouldn't pay for anyone to find out I have a brain inside this dome. Yeah, Annie said. That would be awful. They all grabbed their things and drifted towards the parking lot where Vic's brand new Mustang and Ed's ancient clunker waited. So, Vic said as they reached the vehicles, party at my house after the football game tomorrow night? You are all invited, of course. The one rule is that everyone has to come in costume. Annie and Lindsay grinned. We're in. We've got the perfect outfits. Do tell, Jason said, raising one eyebrow. Is it sexy nurses? Slutty librarians? Vic punched Jason's arm. Dude, don't call my girlfriend a slut. I didn't. Annie rolled her eyes as she climbed into the back seat of Vic's car beside Lindsay. You boys will just have to wait until tomorrow to find out. The suspense is killing me, Jason said, climbing in the front passenger seat. Just please don't come wearing one of those silver shamrock masks. I swear I'm hearing that song in my sleep at night. Happy, happy Halloween, 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 Annie sang. Happy, happy Halloween, silver shamrock. Jason growled. Vic opened the driver's side door of the car and paused to look over the roof at Tommy and Ed's. I meant what I said. You both should come. It'll make the girls happy. Just remember to wear a costume. Ed's nodded and Tommy grimaced again. They watched as Vic cranked the muscle car's ignition and peeled out of the parking lot onto the street. I wonder why people like him think they need a car that loud, Ed's mused. Is it manly or something? Or something, Tommy said as they got into his rusted car. He turned the key, praying to the car gods, and it turned over sluggishly and finally caught, spewing a toxic cloud of black smoke from the tailpipe. Ed's waved a hand in front of his face. This thing is single-handedly responsible for the hole in the ozone layer. Perhaps, Tommy said as he put it in drive and pulled out onto the road. But the kid is broke, so it'll have to do. I get you, Ed said, rolling down his window to let in the cool evening air. At least you have a car. I'd be riding Shanksmere if it wasn't for you. Shanksmere? You know, hoofing it, walking dude? Oh, I got you, Tommy said. He turned a corner onto a street lined with homes. So are you going to dress up for the party? Tommy shook his head. You know I don't do that. I haven't since... Anyway, who wants to go to Vic's dumb party? I'm going straight home after the TV show wraps up. My plan is to veg out with some Raiders of the Lost Ark." "Are you sure, man?" Eds asked. "I'm going to go and I don't want to fly solo. Besides, Lindsay will be there." "Of course she will," Tommy said. "She's Vic's girlfriend." Eds raised his hands. "I'm just saying, you never know what might happen. You should put yourself out there and let the chips fall where they may." Tommy laughed. "That's rich coming from you. Tell me, when are you going to put the moves on Annie?" Eds looked out the window at the passing houses inside. "That's different. I don't have a chance with her, but you and Lindsay? You have shared experience between you that few people have. Plus, I have seen the way she looks at you when Vic isn't around." "Bullshit," Tommy breathed. He turned the corner onto Ed's street and parked in front of his house. Eds climbed out and then leaned into the window. "I know you have a lot on your mind. You have my number. Call me if you need to talk or scream or whatever. You're my bro." Tommy reached over and bumped knuckles with Eds. "I know. I appreciate that. I'll catch you on the flip side." Eds nodded and pulled his head out of the car. He stood and watched his friend pull away and drive out of sight. Chapter 3. Reminiscence. Sheriff Lee Brackett sat on his front porch smoking an unfiltered cigarette as he rocked slowly back and forth in his grandfather's rocking chair. A large glass of Kentucky bourbon rested on an upturned wooden milk crate beside him. He was thinner than he once was, because he didn't eat much anymore. He didn't have an appetite at all most days. His hair was thinner and flecked with gray, and there were deep lines at the corners of his eyes, evidence of too much pain. He lifted the cigarette and took a puff. He'd been a smoker since his early teenage years, but the switch to unfiltered smokes was a recent thing he had done following his daughter Annie's death. Suicide by lung cancer, he thought, taking a sip of bourbon. Pathetic. You're a failure at everything you try, you know that? You can't even put yourself out of your own misery. Your doctor said you were healthy as a horse at your last checkup. It's ironic that your daughter would be taken with so much possibility ahead of her, while an old man like you that wants to join her just keeps going on and on. A car backfiring drew his attention, and he turned to see Tommy Doyle puttering past the old Strode house in his broken-down death trap of a car. He thought about Tommy, Lori, Lindsay, and all of the other lives touched by Michael Myers and frowned. So much hurt. The porch light came on at the Strode house, and one of the new owners stepped out with a bag of trash in his hands. He saw Brackett watching and threw him a wave. Brackett smiled and waved back. Their last name was DeStefano, and they'd moved down from upstate New York. They were nice people, but they would always be from away. The house would never be known as the DeStefano house. It would always be the Strode house after what happened the night he came home. The events of the night were seared into his brain. He had relived it so many times in both the waking world and his nightmares. He could detail everything he had seen and done down to the second it happened. He remembered pulling up in front of the Doyle house and seeing Loomis sprinting from the front door into the yard with his revolver drawn. He shot Michael, and the killer fell from the second floor. He had to be near. They had to find him before it was too late. Brackett followed Loomis along the side of the house into the wooded lot behind the house, and they'd found him there. Michael Myers, the babysitter killer, the monster from the blackest pit of hell. Loomis wanted to put a bullet in Myers' head, wanted to finish him off, and Brackett stopped him. God in heaven, I stopped him, he thought. A lump formed in his throat, and he took a big swallow of bourbon to wash it down. That was before he knew what the bastard had done, before his world came crashing down around him. That was before they'd found Annie in the garage behind the Wallace house, her throat slashed so deeply her esophagus had been cut in two. I should have let Loomis finish the monster off, he thought, taking a final drag on his cigarette before butting it out in the ashtray by his drink. Hell, I should have done it myself. Wasn't that the way? You live a life full of regrets, and then you die. He picked up the glass and finished off the last of the alcohol. I'm having morbid thoughts this evening, he thought. It must be that damn Revelation show stirring up all the bad shit. What were they thinking, bringing not one but two killers into town? Michael was bad enough, but the other one? Brackett had read up on Jebediah Sawyer, and what he learned made him physically ill. The FBI found the Sawyer house full of human bones arranged as macabre decorations. Worse, they found a freezer full of butchered human meat ready to cook. The Sawyers were fucking cannibals. Could you believe that? Real-life cannibals in modern-day America. They called Jebediah Sawyer Leatherface because he liked to skin his victims' heads and wear their faces like masks. Brackett had seen photographs of the masks taken as evidence, and it had turned his stomach sour for days. What kind of evil could get into a man and make him do things like that? Brackett could not fathom it. Well, he might not have been able to put a stop to the circus invading his quiet town, but he damn sure wasn't going to leave it to the Stadies or Smith's Grove security. There would be extra deputies on duty from the moment the two monsters crossed the Warren County line until they left. He had state police on standby in case extra bodies were needed. This Halloween would not turn out the same as 1978. He would see to that. Brackett stood and walked to the porch railing where a wickedly grinning jack-o'-lantern sat watchful, its flickering orange eyes alight with curiosity. He lifted his stem and blew the candle out. He paused for a moment to study the thin wisp of smoke that rose and drifted lazily away on the breeze. Wouldn't it be nice to fly away on the wind like that, he thought, to drift so high that the cares of the world just melt away? He sighed and turned away, picking up his empty glass and stepping inside his quiet, empty home. Chapter 4. En route. 34-year-old Sally Hardesty closed her eyes and leaned into the falling water, letting the shower wash away the accumulated grime of the day. It had been a long trip, and there was many more miles to go the following morning if she was going to make it to the television studio for the taping. Hadenfield, Illinois. It was a little town once in the forefront of the nation's thoughts, a household name because something terrible had happened there. Like Texarkana, the colloquially titled Town That Dreaded Sundown, Hadenfield had come to be known as the town that dreaded Halloween. It was funny how killers could shape a whole country. Scars run deep, she thought as she opened her eyes and stared at hers. Why are you doing this, girl? Because you need the money, she said out loud. Did taking the TV people's money make her a whore? Sure, she didn't mind telling her story, had done so before, but there was something different about this time. The way Gerardo spoke to her on the phone the day she agreed to appear on his show made her skin crawl. It was more than his words. It was a tone, an undercurrent that sent a shiver down her spine. He was a creep of the highest order. Still, $1,000 was a lot of money for a couple hours of her time. Justification, Sally? She thought as she turned the water off and stepped out on the threadbare bath mat beside the chipped and pitted bathtub. Maybe, but wasn't that how most people got through their days? Justifying mistakes and poor choices with excuses? She certainly hoped this was not one of those bad decisions. She glanced up at her reflection in the mirror over the sink and studied her body for a moment. She was trim and muscular without being bulky. It was a powerful and yet feminine figure, the result of countless hours running the roads and lifting weights in the gym half a block away from her home. Fear had made her body and mind into a weapon. She would never be a helpless victim again. She toweled off and dressed in a faded pair of gray sweatpants and sweatshirt that had a picture of Winnie the Pooh eating a smackerel of honey on the front. Childish, but the silly old bear made her heart smile. It was something clean and innocent, something to combat the memories of the Sawyer family's bone-filled home. She left that place a screaming shell, and it had been a long time before the screaming stopped. She'd heard it said that time heals all wounds, but she felt the truth was different. She thought that time dulled the deepest ache until one day you could close your eyes and see hell printed on the inside of your eyelids without wanting to scream. You learned to endure and keep moving forward. She walked out of the steamy, mildewed bathroom into the crummy motel room she'd rented for the night. 10 bed sheets, dark faux wood-paneled walls and furniture, and dirty burnt orange carpet made the place feel like a cave. $20 for the night seemed too high a price to pay for such squalid accommodations. She crossed to the bed and sat, pulling a duffel bag from beneath the bedside table. She lifted it onto her lap and unzipped it. A stainless steel .44 Magnum rested on top of the clothes, and toiletries inside. The word Franklin was etched into the long barrel. Franklin Hardesty, her wheelchair-bound brother. Her annoying and innocent brother that Leatherface carved up with his chainsaw right before her eyes. He might be alive if she'd had the gun with her that night. It went everywhere she went now, save for the TV studio. She'd asked about the gun, and Gerardo had told her the sheriff strictly forbid any weapons to be present in the studio. They wouldn't want anything that Leatherface or Myers could use to harm someone. She'd almost reneged on her agreement to appear, but the money won out in the end. Besides, what could possibly happen? The 2 killers would be under armed guard and shackled the entire time. Surely it would be okay. She laid the bag aside and climbed into bed. She set the alarm clock on the bedside table to 4 in the morning and turned off the light. Midnight had come and gone, signaling the start of a brand new day. It was Friday, October the 31st, Halloween, and 2 monsters sat in their separate rooms, waiting. Jedediah Sawyer was unhappy. He missed his cell in the federal penitentiary where he'd lived ever since the FBI killed his family and took him into custody. This place was unfamiliar, foreign. The cell's walls were a plain expanse of white. Everything in the room was... In fact, it made him feel like he was trapped inside of a cloud. He stood and lumbered towards the thick metal door with its tiny window, limping slightly. His leg had never been quite the same after his chainsaw had cut it the day Pretty Sally escaped him. He reached the door and peered out. A clock hung on the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, the words Smith's Grove Sanitarium embossed on its white face. The time was 4 o'clock in the morning. Everything is white here, he thought, clenching his big fist. I want to make it all red. Nubbins would have liked to do that with him. Nubbins always liked decorating with what was left over after the family ate. He missed his brothers. Jed heard echoing footsteps coming towards him along the hall. A shadow fell, and then Jed saw him. The man was big, taller than Jed, if not as wide. He towered above the 2 orderlies escorting him. His hair was long and hung down like a curtain shielding his face from view. Jed hissed as something turned over inside him and began to speak in sibilant, inarticulate recognition of something like him. The man paused, causing the orderlies to stumble. He turned and met Jed's gaze with the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. Like called to like. Two monsters sized each other up and growled in mutual respect. Then the moment passed, and the man allowed the orderlies to move him along. "That's it, big guy," one of the orderlies said. "Let's get it in gear, Michael. Your chariot awaits." Michael, Jed thought. His name is Michael. He heard a jingle of keys and more footsteps. He stepped back from his door as two more men appeared. They opened the door and stepped inside. They held handcuffs and leg shackles in their hands. "All right, Jedediah," the one on the right said. "My name is Marco and my partner here is Clarence. We're here to escort you down to the Sallyport so you can get on the bus. You have a busy day tomorrow. I hear you're going to be on TV." Jed didn't know these men, and he didn't know what they were talking about. Fear and anger bubbled up inside of him, and he squared his shoulders. He missed his home back in Texas and his old cell in the federal pen. He missed the familiar faces of his guards who brought him his meals and fresh clothes. He did not like the unknown. Marco noticed Jed's changed demeanor and took a step back to the open door. He leaned out and called down the hall. 3 more men appeared a moment later, each armed with nightsticks. Bolstered by their numbers, the men stepped forward. Jed stayed still and allowed them to restrain him. Perhaps they were going to take him back where he belonged. They led him outside and along a white corridor. They came to a door on the left and passed through into a stairwell, their footsteps echoing in the space. They went down, passing through another door out into a vehicle gate where a large transport bus waited. The words Warren County Detention stenciled on the side in block letters. An elderly lady dressed in nurse's scrubs walked up to him with a syringe in her hand and motioned for the orderlies to hold Jed steady. She rolled up his arm sleeve and roughly jammed the needle into his arm, depressing the plunger much too fast. She watched him, searching for a reaction, but he did not give it to her. A little burning was nothing compared to the things he'd been through before. She shook her head, disappointed, and turned away. "Let's go, Bubba," Clarence said, pulling him forward. Jed froze for a second and looked down at the man. How did he know that was one of Jed's nicknames? The man stared back, frowning, and Jed realized he didn't know. It was just a coincidence. Jed started walking again, allowing them to lead him on to the bus, past 2 deputy sheriffs armed with pistols and shotguns. "So this is him?" asked the first deputy. "The inbred freak they call Leatherface? More like Pussyface. I bet the other inmates love you back in the pen." Jed stared at the deputy for a moment, memorizing his face before moving through an open gate in a chain-link partition and along the aisle. Michael was already seated. Jed took a seat 2 rows behind him, and the deputy, with the death wish, secured the gate. "All aboard the psycho wagon," he called as he took a seat behind the steering wheel and cranked the engine. "Next stop, fame and glory." Sheriff Lee Brackett leaned against the trunk of his parked cruiser, smoking a cigarette and watching the first rays of the sun emerge above the horizon. A strong gust of wind blew through the trees, planted along the road, giving them voices. He wondered what secret the trees whispered about. A low drone rose, grew louder, as headlights cut through the creeping mist that hugged the road. He stood up straight, his hand going to the butt of the revolver holstered at his right hip. They had arrived. The transport bus slowed and pulled up to the Warren County Jail. Rear vehicle, Sallyport gate. The outer gate rolled open, and the bus drove in, pulling to a stop. Deputies came from every direction, some searching beneath the vehicle per proper procedure, while others escorted the 2 inmates from the bus. They were indistinct, faceless shapes from that distance, but Brackett knew which one was which. How often had he studied photographs of Myers over the years? How many times had he dreamed of the man? His fingers itched to draw the weapon. His feet throbbed with the desire to sprint screaming across the lot to bring swift, just death to the thing that haunted his nightmares. That was why he stood apart, while others saw to the work of securing the two killers in holding cells to await transfer to the TV studio later that day. He knew he would not be strong enough to be rational, not after all the time that had passed, not when Myers was so close. No, he may be a grieving father, and he may regret not letting Loomis pull the trigger all those years ago, but he was still an officer of the law. Letting Loomis shoot Myers was very different from pulling the trigger himself and murdering the bastard in cold blood. Annie wouldn't have wanted that. The search was done. A dozen deputies surrounded Myers and Sawyer, and they all disappeared inside the jail. Brackett hissed out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and fell to his knees beside his car. He raised the fist from his gun and punched the ground over and over again as tears began to flow down his cheeks. Chapter 5. A Little Bird. The small crowd sat in groups of twos and threes, their heads bent together, chatting quietly as they looked up to the screen to the right of the lectern. An expressionless young boy stared out at them, his eyes like the blackness between the stars. The image held their gaze, transfixed them, as it had Dr. Samuel Loomis when he first met the boy after he murdered his older sister. Loomis stood just off stage, grumpily adjusting his tie, as he studied their reaction. He hoped there was at least one bright mind among the bunch. "Prepare to be disappointed," he thought. "The first question one of them will ask will be, how many people has Michael killed? The second will be, did I see the bodies or some other such morbid fancy? It's always the same. They are all shallow-minded in their focus. They don't have a clue what they are really looking at when they see that child staring back at them from the photograph. Very few people do. Wynn doesn't, the goddamn fool." Loomis ground his teeth and turned away from the crowd. He'd been presenting at the conference for a week, living out of a hotel room a few miles away. He was on edge, angry and frightened. He, unlike the Smiths Grove administrator, was no fool. He knew Wynn sent him to the awful conference to get him out of the way. The question was, why? Surely the board of directors hadn't caved to Wynn's insane idea. Willfully exposing the public to Michael Myers was tantamount to criminal negligence. Doing it in Hadenfield, of all places, that was unconscionable, unforgivable. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned to see a mousy, bespectacled girl of maybe 20 years old. Loomis had seen her around the conference, had passed a few words with her. He couldn't remember her name. "Excuse me, Dr. Loomis," she said. "I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're about to go on stage to present." Loomis waved this away. "It's quite all right. The drooling masses out there have been waiting with bated breath. It won't hurt them to hold it a little longer. Perhaps if I wait long enough, they will all pass out and I won't have to go through with this dreadful farce." The girl raised one perfectly plucked eyebrow. I'm sorry?" "Don't mind me," he said with a sigh. He realized that he was in a terrible mood and reminded himself to be careful. It wouldn't pay to be rude, especially to someone like this girl who was just doing her job. "How can I help you?" "This message came for you a few minutes ago," she said, holding out a folded sheet of stationery. The mast of a sailboat was visible above the fold. Loomis took it and thanked her. She nodded and hurried away off on her next task. He unfolded the paper with trepidation and read, "Sam, they've done it. They've moved him. He is in Hadenfield." The message was from Marion Chambers, a nurse from Smiths Grove. She was with Loomis the Halloween night in '78 when Michael escaped. She'd been in the car with him when they drove up and found a crowd of milling patients walking in the rain outside the main gate. Loomis jumped out to see to the security guards at the gate, leaving Marion in the car. That's when Michael rushed from the dark and climbed on top of the car. He'd broken a window trying to get Marion, who jumped from the vehicle in terror. Michael climbed behind the wheel and drove away towards his date with the murderous knife. She hadn't believed Loomis when he told her what Michael was. She'd thought him insensitive, even a bit of a monster himself. She believed him now. Loomis crumpled the message into a ball and threw it to the floor. He walked to a door and out into a corridor without a glance back. The presentation was not going to happen. He reached a set of double doors and strode through, nearly knocking a couple over who were standing on the other side. He muttered the briefest apology and kept going across the event hall, past tables and booths stacked with books and other detritus, all marked with price tags. "Is this a conference or a concert?" he thought as he drew near a bank of payphones near the hall's front entrance. Who would ever have believed that an academic event like this would turn into an opportunity to pawn off one's own books on others? He reached the phones, fishing through his pockets for a few coins, which he deposited in the slots. He dialed and then waited, tapping his penny loafer in time with the ticks and hums of the phone making connections across miles. There was a louder click, and then a voice spoke on the other end. "When," Loomis hissed, "did you really think I wouldn't find out?" There was a long pause, and then Wynn cleared his throat. "Loomis, how are you? How is the conference going?" "You can cut the charade," Loomis said. "I know you moved Michael. Why would you do this? How did you get the board to agree to this?" "How did you even find out?" Wynn asked. "A little bird told me," Loomis replied. "Now answer my question." Wynn sighed. "Always so dramatic. Look, the board and I listened to what you had to say, and we weighed your concerns against what Smith's Grove stood to gain from allowing the TV show to proceed. We decided it was in the best interest of all involved to move ahead." "Dramatic, am I?" Loomis asked, putting a hand over his eyes. "You were concerned about the best interest of the sanitarium? Bullshit! What you all saw were dollar signs flashing in bright neon green. Did you ever stop to consider what this circus you all helped create might do to the survivors in Hadenfield? Did any of you think about how much hurt this will cause them? Seeing the worst night of their lives put on display for pure entertainment? No, none of you did. You all disgust me." "You see," Wynn said, his voice rising in anger, "this behavior right here is why I shipped you off to the conference 50 miles away. You refuse to see beyond your demented view of things. You are lucky 50 miles was all it was. It was the only event I could find on short notice. If I'd had my way, I would have shipped you off to California or even overseas. I'm sick of your fear-mongering, Loomis. I'm telling you only once. Stay at the conference. Stay away from Smith's Grove and out of Hadenfield." Loomis chuckled. "You know me better than that." "I'm warning you," Wynn said. "I will go to the board if you set 1 foot over the Hadenfield town line. I do everything in my power to see that you are kicked out of Smith's Grove on your aging ass." "I guess it's lucky for me that I still have friends in high places," Loomis said, hanging up. He pulled out more coins and dialed a new number. "Warren County Sheriff's Office," said the officious female voice on the other end. "What is your emergency?" "Listen," Loomis said. "My name is Dr. Samuel Loomis. I need to speak with Sheriff Brackett immediately." "Sir, Sheriff Brackett is currently out in the field. Can I take a message?" "No!" Loomis snapped. "This is an emergency. Patch me through to him over the radio. Trust me, he wants to take my call." Silence spun out for a moment, and then Loomis heard more clicks, and finally the slightly staticky voice of the sheriff spoke from the receiver. "Lee," Loomis said, "it's Sam. I just found out. Where is Michael now?" "Hi, Sam," Brackett said, relief evident in the timbre of his voice. "I'm glad to hear from you. He and the other one are currently occupying cells in the jail under heavy guard. I'm watching them like a hawk. I've called in extra deputies, and I've got the state police on standby should the need arise." "I hope it will be enough," Loomis said. "I pray it will be," Brackett continued. "Listen, Sam, I tried to stop this, but Wynn and the mayor railroaded it through. I wouldn't be surprised if some money changed hands. I tried to call you as soon as I knew it was happening, but Wynn had already shipped you off and refused to give me your contact information." Loomis felt like punching something. It was too bad Wynn wasn't close by. His face would do quite nicely. "I don't blame you, Lee. I ran into the same roadblocks on my end. Just hold it together the best you can. I will get there as soon as I'm able to." "Thanks, Sam." Brackett paused, breathing heavily. "Sam, there's something I want to say. You were right. I should have let you pull the trigger behind the Doyle's house in 78. Loomis felt gooseflesh prickle his arms. How many times had he revisited that moment in his mind? Even now, after all the time that passed, he wasn't entirely sure which one of them had been right. "You did what you thought was right," Loomis said, wishing he could put an arm around the other man. "You acted like a sheriff. You acted like a man of the law, a man of integrity." "I know that, but I should have been acting like a father," Brackett said. "I failed Annie." "What happened to Annie and all the others was not your fault," Loomis said. "We all did the best that we could. The blame lays at Michael's feet, and maybe at Wynn's and mine." "I know you're right," Brackett said. "I know it in my head, my rational self, but my heart feels different. It's my broken heart that keeps me up at night. Hurry over, Sam. I have a bad feeling about all this." "So do I. I'll be there soon." Chapter 6. Ghosts and Goblins. Annie Thompson sat on the end of Lindsay Wallace's bed, watching the sunset through the window. Little ghosts and goblins skipped along the sidewalk, kicking up drifts of fallen leaves. They sang in unison as they went, not the traditional song of "Trick or Treat, Smell My Feet," but "Happy, Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock." Static burst behind her as Lindsay switched on the small TV set on her dresser. The white noise resolved into sugary sweet keyboards and a chorus of voices. "Happy, Happy Halloween." "Oh, God, turn it off," Annie moaned. "I hate that freaking song. It gets in your head and sticks like a shard of glass." "That's a little graphic," Lindsay said, pausing long enough to switch the set off before going back to her makeup. "Are you okay? You've been acting weird today." Annie smiled, but the effort couldn't hide the tiredness in her eyes. Thank Christ for makeup, she thought. A cheerleader can't be caught with dark circles under her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. "I haven't been feeling like myself lately. I've been having bad dreams." Lindsay smirked. "Bad dreams about Jason? I bet he would love to keep you up at night." Annie frowned, wishing for dreams as mundane as that. She was starting to believe her parents were right to keep her away from her cousin Nancy. All that talk about dream killers must have worn off on her because she was having some doozies about a man in a dirty red and green sweater. "Annie?" Lindsay asked, snapping her out of her reverie. "Jason can keep himself up at night," Annie said, making a jacking off gesture with her hand. "I'm not interested. What about you and Vic? Is there anything going bump in the night?" Lindsay closed her makeup bag and turned to face her friend with a frown on her pretty face. "He wants to, but I'm not ready for that yet. I think he's getting tired of waiting. The way he looks at me when I tell him no." Annie crossed the room, bristling with anger. "Don't do that. I can see the wheels in your head turning. Don't you dare blame yourself for not being ready. You don't owe him or anyone else that. If it's not right for one, then it's not right for either of you. If he can't respect that, then he doesn't deserve you. Besides, I know two nice guys who'd love to take his place if he doesn't treat you right." Lindsay raised her eyebrows. "Who?" "You know, for a smart girl, you can be pretty dumb," Annie said with a smirk. Lindsay frowned, thinking. Annie saw the moment the lights came on behind her eyes. Lindsay's cheeks reddened as she started playing with the hem of her skirt. You mean Tommy and Ed's? Annie nodded, laughing. It's good to know that your brain works. Lindsay's blush deepened. Come on, Annie. Tommy and Ed's are just friends. Heck, we've been neighbors since we were all born. Annie stood and paced the room, her hands clasped at the small of her back. So you wouldn't mind if I went after one of them then? That Ed's is really cute. What? Why would that bother me? I mean, I have a boyfriend, and Tommy... Annie spun on her, pointing her finger. I knew it! Lindsay looked ready to jump out the window to escape. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. Tommy stood in front of the chipped mirror above his dresser, studying his pale, clammy face. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. He lifted his arms, saw the dark, wet circles at his armpits, and sighed. He turned away from the mirror, stripping his shirt off and using it to wipe the worst of the cold sweat from his body and face. He took another dress shirt from his closet and threw it on before walking back to the mirror. The face staring back at him from its depths reminded him of a rabbit that has scented a predator and is prepared to bolt. Fucking coward, he thought, raising his fist and bringing it down on his thigh. You are pathetic. You stink of fear. You need to man up. The girls and Ed's believe in you. Hell, even that douchebag Vic called to wish you luck. If all of them believe in you, why can't you believe in yourself? Because life isn't a fairy tale, he said to his reflection. Because sometimes people don't get better. Sometimes there is no light waiting for you at the end of the tunnel, only more darkness. Careful, Tommy, don't start down that rabbit hole, or you might find yourself spending some quality time in the hospital again. Remember what your shrink said to do when you feel like this? Positive self-talk, he said with a grimace. I'm positive that I'm going to shit my pants in front of everyone in that television studio. He couldn't stand to look at his reflection anymore. He turned away, crossing to his bedroom window and looking out across the street to Lindsay's house. There was a light on in her window. Why can't I be like her? He thought. She's so strong. Myers killed 3 people in her house, and it doesn't seem to bother her anymore. How can she just move on with her life when there are reminders of that night everywhere around us? Something moved at the edge of his vision. Tommy glanced down to the driveway beside Lindsay's home. The driveway where he once witnessed Michael Myers carrying the dead body of Annie Brackett in his arms. Someone was standing there. It was a familiar shape, one he saw every night when he closed his eyes, one imprinted on the backs of his eyelids. Tommy closed his eyes, counted to 5, and opened them. The boogeyman was gone. Of course he was. He was never there to begin with. The boogeyman is locked behind bars. He's been there ever since that awful Halloween night. The wind blew, and Tommy saw what had drawn his attention. A plastic skeleton swung from the porch eave on a strand of fishing line. The decoration the Wallaces called Mr. Bones seemed to drop Tommy a mischievous wink. You're barely hanging on, dude, he thought as he turned away from the window and walked out of his room and downstairs. You can't keep going like this. A brightly colored envelope sat in the corner of the dining room table. He picked it up, saw his name scrawled across the front in his father's childish handwriting, and smiled. It was nice to know that his friends weren't the only ones in his corner. He tore the envelope open and began to read. Tommy, your mother and I am so sorry that we can't be there with you while you face this thing tonight. Please believe that I would be there if there were any way that I could get out of attending this training. I tried, but my boss wouldn't have it. Your mother and I send you our love. I know you can do this. Face your monster and move past the nightmare. Or don't. No one will blame you or think less of you if you decide not to go. I want you to know that we are proud of you no matter what you do. We are proud that you are our son, and we love you more than words can say. You got this, Dad. Tears stung Tommy's eyes, and he wiped them away with his jacket sleeve. He would have to do something nice for them when they got back. He put the note back into the envelope and dropped it into his pocket. He thought he might need to read it again before too long. He walked through the house, turning out the lights as he went. He stepped outside, locked the door behind him, and crossed to his old car. He took a deep breath as he climbed behind the wheel and put the key in the ignition. It purred to life with one twist of the wrist. Of course it cranks up so easily, the one-time part of me wishes it would stay dead, he thought. He shifted the car into reverse and backed out of the driveway into the street. Chapter 7. Lights, Camera, Action. Sally Hardesty pulled her Bronco into the Hadenfield public access television station's parking lot and found a parking spot near the rear of the lot beside a rusted-out car. She sighed as she took the .44 Magnum and its holster off her belt and stuffed it beneath her seat. She had become accustomed to its comforting weight and felt naked without it. She opened her door and got out into the brisk evening air, shivering against the chill. It certainly didn't get this cold very often in October where she was from. She closed the door, locked it, and made her way between the parked vehicles towards the front of the studio, where a line of people were queued up waiting to go inside. The light from the sheriff's cruisers parked alongside the road and around the perimeter of the building painted them all in hues of blue and red. "Can you believe we are going to see them?" the woman in front of her said to the man beside her. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. "They'll be so close we can almost touch them." Great, Sally thought. Groupies. She had dealt with her fair share of people like them over the years, men and women obsessed with the darkest side of human nature. Women like her wrote letters to imprisoned murderers, sent risque photos of themselves, and declared their unending love. Some went so far as fantasizing about being the killer's victim. Several had approached Sally on the street or written letters, begging to hear her story, wanting to know just how it felt to be a knife's edge away from eternity. They had no empathy or sympathy, could not look beyond their own need to see that they might be hurting someone else who had already suffered greatly at the hands of their idols. Sally despised them. The line milled forward towards the double set of glass doors at the studio entrance, where two men in cheap-looking suits checked for tickets. Sally reached into her pocket and produced an envelope as she reached the men. The fatter of the two men held out a pudgy hand festooned with gaudy rings. "Ticket, please." "Sure," Sally said, handing him the envelope. The man pulled out two thin sheets of typed paper and read over them quickly before referring to a list of names on his officious partner's clipboard. He smiled as he found her name. "Yes, Miss Hardesty, I'm glad you could make it. Mr. Gerardo will be thrilled to see you." "I'm sure," Sally said, witheringly as she took the envelope and letters back from the man and walked inside. The studio's public lobby was immaculate and much more lavish than she expected from a small-town television operation. A series of lacquered plaques lined the wall behind the receptionist's desk, each with the name of a local business that supported the station. A flustered young woman stood beneath them, directing visitors towards a set of doors on the far side of the room. "Sally!" someone called from her right. She turned to see Axel Gerardo, TV host and insufferable prick, making a beeline towards her. She didn't remember ever giving him permission to call her by her first name. He embraced her like an old friend as they came together, making her skin crawl. His sense of entitlement astounded her. "Mr. Gerardo," she said as she disengaged from him and took a step back. Gerardo gave no indication if he registered the distance that she put between them, his crocodile grin never faltering. "I'm so glad you made it. Are you ready to tell the world your story?" Sally grimaced. "The world already knows my story, and I don't intend to rehash it today." Gerardo's face finally fell, his predatory grin replaced by an expression of petulant rage. He took a breath and managed to get his personable mask back in place. "Miss Hardesty, Sally, I thought we had an arrangement. You were paid for your time." "Yes," Sally said, "we had an arrangement. We agreed that I would attend the taping of your show, and you could tell my story. We agreed that I would sit on the front row, and you could film me there. But I never agreed to be interviewed or to be on stage." Sally, be reasonable. It's Miss Hardesty, Sally said, interrupting him. I have the letter confirming our deal with me. Would you like me to show you? The last of the wind went out of Gerardo's cells, and the petulant little boy look came back to his face. He turned to look at the crowd gathered around them, considering a verbal tirade, and then thought better of it. He looked back to her. Then I suppose you aren't interested in the flowers, wine, and chocolates I have for you back in my dressing room. I thought we might spend a little time together after the show. Sally nearly gagged. I'm not even remotely interested. Prudish bitch, he muttered, turning and flagging down a freckle-faced intern. Stewie! The college-age boy stopped in front of them, looking sheepish. My name is Sean, Mr. Gerardo. Whatever, the TV host said, dismissing the boy with a wave of his hand. Please show Miss Hardesty to her seat in the front row. Sure thing, Mr. Gerardo, Sean the intern said. Gerardo walked away without acknowledging him. He's a real piece of work, Sally said as she followed Sean through the doors into the studio, where tiered rows of seats rose on either side of a central aisle. Ahead of her, the stage was lit with stark white lights that illuminated two orange couches center stage and a heavy red curtain behind them. He's a brilliant entertainer, Sean said, eager to speak well of his boss. I guess old Sean knows which side his bread is buttered on, Sally thought with a shake of her head. Sean led her to a seat beside a blonde-haired teenage boy who looked as desperate as she was to be anywhere else beside there. He gripped his armrest with white-knuckled intensity. He noticed her perusal of him as she sat and gave her a small grin. Sally held out her hand to him, and they shook. His palms were sweaty, but Sally did not pull away for fear of hurting the boy. Hello, my name is Sally. What's your name? The blonde teenage muttered something unintelligible, cleared his throat, and tried again. I'm Tommy, Sally smiled. It's nice to meet you, Tommy. Brackett stood beside his cruiser as the last of the show's attendees ambled inside, and the studio's doors were shut. He checked his watch and cursed under his breath. Where was Loomis? A convoy of state police cruisers and his own department's cars turned onto the street, with the prisoner transport sandwiched between. They reached the studio and turned down an alley, headed for the rear entrance, with their cargo of devils. He raised his hand to hit something, anything, but froze as he saw the bandages covering his hand already. Get a hold of yourself before you break something, Brackett, he thought. He glanced at his watch before letting his hand drop limp to his side. Loomis should have been there by now. They were running out of time. Brackett looked up to the huge orange harvest moon rising above the trees and felt like screaming. He had a bad feeling. Chapter 8. Masks and Faces. The house lights dimmed as a red neon sign over the stage flashed on and off, asking the audience for silence. Men and women hissed whispered conversations as they moved to and fro behind the cameras that were now trained on the lone figures stepping out to center stage. It was really happening, and Tommy suddenly felt that he couldn't catch his breath. What are you doing here? Get up! Run away while there's still time! But he couldn't run away, couldn't rise or even move. It was as if he were paralyzed by the mere proximity of the shape that haunted his dreams. He had to swallow to keep from puking on the pretty lady sitting beside him. Peppy, banal music began to play over the studio speakers, and the stage lights came up, revealing Axel Gerardo in the flesh. He looked electric as he pranced and waved to the crowd. Bastard, Sally muttered beside Tommy. Hello, everybody, Gerardo called, laughing. Welcome to my show, Gerardo Talks, the show that isn't afraid to give it to you raw. We have a very special episode for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me, can a person truly be evil? Not just mentally ill, but evil down to his very core. Let me tell you a story about a man named Peter Kürten, who was also known as the Vampire of Dusseldorf. Peter Kürten was born on May 26, 1883 in Germany to poor parents and grew up in abject poverty. At the age of 5 years old, he tried to drown one of his playmates. He soon began to mutilate and torture animals. He committed his first murder in November 1899 at the age of 16, when he strangled an 18-year-old girl. His next victim was a 9-year-old girl named Kristen Klein. Kürten broke into her home to rob the house and decided to slash her throat on the spur of the moment. Many assaults and murders followed. Kürten beat his victims with a hammer. He strangled them, stabbed them. He sexually abused them and even drank their blood. His reign of terror did not end until his arrest in 1930, after which he was evaluated by 2 different psychologists. Each found him to be sane and competent to stand trial. Kürten was convicted and sentenced to be executed by guillotine on April 22, 1931. The execution was carried out on July 2nd. Kürten's last words were, and I quote, "Tell me, after my head is chopped off, will I still be able to hear, at least for a moment, the sound of my own blood gushing from the stump of my neck? That would be the pleasure to end all pleasure." Was Peter Kürten misdiagnosed? Gerardo continued. Was he mentally ill? Was he created by the abusive environment he was raised in? Or was he simply born bad? History is full of wicked people who have done unspeakable things just like him. Take, for example, the Sawney Bean clan from 16th century Scotland. Highwaymen who robbed, murdered, and cannibalized countless victims, if legend is to be believed. Or what about Countess Elizabeth Bathory, who is thought to have murdered over 600 young women in order to bathe in their blood? What about Pedro Lopez, who is known to have raped and murdered over 300 children in Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador during the 1960s, 70s, and 1980? How about close to home? What about Jason Voorhees, the Camp Blood Killer? What about Frederick Krueger, the Springwood Slasher? H.H. Holmes, Ed Gein, Theodore Bundy? Gerardo paused for dramatic effect, the audience hanging on his every word. Even Tommy found himself drawn in by the man in spite of himself. He had to give it to him. He was a good showman. "Tonight," Gerardo said, "I want to pose a question. Nature versus nurture. What creates a killer? What drives a person to the most sinister acts? We have 2 of America's most infamous mass murderers backstage, and some of their surviving victims are with us in the studio audience. We will hear from some of them in a few minutes. Our first guest comes to us from the great state of Texas. He was raised by an abusive family of psychotics who taught him from an early age that the life he lived was normal. Worse, the family made him butcher the bodies of their victims like they were cattle and store the remains until his older brother cooked them. Yes, he and his family were cannibals living in modern-day America. You all know and fear him. Here he is, Jedediah Sawyer Leatherface. Suddenly, the studio was filled with the harsh sound of a revving chainsaw. Screams erupted around Tommy as a large man dressed in a dirty apron charged on stage, with a large metal mallet in one hand and the chainsaw in the other. He wore a hideous mask like the skinned and tanned face of a dark-haired woman on his head. The man rushed towards Gerardo and then turned to the audience. He bowed with a flourish, removing the mask to reveal a handsome young man with a huge grin on his face. Laughter erupted around the room as everyone realized they had been pranked. Tommy shook his head in disgust. He was not laughing, and neither was Sally. She looked ready to leap on stage and tear the two men limb from limb. "Forgive me for my little joke," Gerardo said, as another two men carried a folding table into the center of the stage and walked away. The fake Leatherface set the mask, chainsaw, and mallet on the table before following them into the eaves. Gerardo turned towards the rear of the stage and raised a hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I give you the real Leatherface." The curtain at the back rose, revealing a shadowed recess. There was a loud click as a spotlight was turned on and trained towards the left side, where a shoddy-looking cage stood between two armed sheriff's deputies. A large, ugly man dressed in an inmate's orange jumpsuit was chained inside. He blinked, shielding his eyes with his big hands as he stared around. Then he saw Sally. Leatherface slowly lowered his hands and leaned forward against his cage, staring at her with recognition, and Sally stared back. Tommy saw the man's mouth form unheard words. "I think he just said pretty girl," Tommy thought. Gerardo waited for the applause to die down and then turned to face the crowd. "Frightening, isn't he? Was this monster nurtured to be the beast he became, or would he have turned out to be the same regardless?" Our next guest story is very different. He was raised in a loving home, never suffering abuse, and given everything a boy could wish for. He seemed perfectly normal until Halloween night in 1963. That night, the 6-year-old boy snuck upstairs and murdered his older sister with a butcher's knife. Gerardo reached beneath his blazer and pulled out a gleaming butcher's knife to show the crowd. The studio lights glinted off the steel blade like stars. Tommy felt cold in the pit of his roiling stomach. There was nothing left of the little boy by the time his parents arrived home to find him standing with the murder weapon in his right hand and warm, sticky blood on his costume, Gerardo said. The boy never spoke another word. What happened? Was there some secret abuse that has never come to the light? Some event that shaped a 6-year-old boy into a cold-blooded killer? Or is it like his psychologist says? Is there nothing left inside of him but pure evil? Gerardo reached under his jacket once more and drew out a pale mask that was very familiar to every resident of Hadenfield. He held it out for the audience to see. "It's the boogeyman's face," Tommy thought. "Oh God, it's his face." Gerardo waved the hand, holding the knife to the dark right side of the stage. "Here he is, Hadenfield, the ghost that has haunted your peaceful streets for years, Michael Myers." No one clapped or hooted this time as another spotlight popped into life, illuminating a second set of deputies surrounding another cage. The man inside was thinner than Leatherface, but still large and powerful looking for all of that. He stared at the television host with eyes the color of coal. He had seen the knife and the mask. Black stars burst at the edges of Tommy's vision, and he realized he was on the verge of passing out. One thought kept repeating in his mind. "It's him! It's him!" Storm clouds seemed to form behind Michael's eyes. He flexed his muscles, and Tommy heard a loud pop as the chain securing Michael to the cage came apart. "No, this isn't happening," Tommy thought. terror bringing the world back into stark focus. But it was. Michael took a step forward and kicked the cage's door, knocking it free of its hinges. The two deputies were far too slow. Michael took each's head in his hands and rammed them together, shattering their skulls. Gerardo saw this and dropped the mask and knife as he turned to run. Michael stopped to pick them up and donned the mask. He was whole again. No more than 10 seconds had passed. Tommy couldn't look away from his nightmares come true, but Sally certainly could. She stared in shock as Leatherface, spurred on by Michael's actions, repeated them. He flexed, breaking his bonds and kicking the cage door open. He stepped up to the two deputies that were guarding his cage. They had their back to him as they raised their pistols in Michael's direction. Leatherface smashed their heads together as they went down in a heap. He stepped up to the two deputies that were guarding his cage. They had their back to him as they raised their pistols in Michael's direction. Leatherface smashed their heads together and they went down in a heap. He stepped to the table and picked up the mallet and chainsaw. He paused for the briefest of moments and then donned the fake Leatherface mask. It wasn't quite right, but it would do until he could make a better one. Thus armed, he turned, and the two killers studied each other for a moment. Then they turned as one to face the stunned crowd. That's when the screaming started. Chapter 9. Massacre. Everything was chaos. People ran towards the lobby doors, pushing instead of pulling. Those in the front realized their mistake, but were helpless to do anything to correct it, as others behind them surged forward, smashing them against the doors and each other. Helpless deputies pushed back against the other side of the doors, unable to move the massive weight. People tripped and were trampled underneath the crowd's feet. Panic kills people, Sally thought, as she watched the two monsters step off the stage and begin to carve their way through screaming people. Leatherface locked eyes on her as Michael stared daggers at the trembling boy beside her. She reached instinctively for the .44 Magnum and felt only her hip. The gun was outside in her Bronco, virtually 1,000,000 miles away. She grabbed the boy and pulled him along behind her. Not toward the front lobby, but toward the emergency exit door to the side of the stage. Two deputies burst through the door as she reached it, their guns drawn. Sally didn't slow down. She turned to her right and fled along a long corridor past offices where curious people were just figuring out that something was wrong. She came to a set of doors at the end of the hallway and ran through, out into the rear parking lot. More deputies and state police were coming around the edges of the building, their radios staticky. Explosions, garbled voices drowning each other out. "Myers and Sawyer are loose. People are being trampled to death. They're killing everyone. All available units, get inside." Sally ran along the rear of the building and towards the revolving blue and red lights of the sheriff's cars. She thought she heard the grinding shriek of the chainsaw buzzing to life inside the studio and felt her blood run cold. All those people, she thought. Oh, Jesus. Gunshots rang out, the bullets missing their intended marks but finding unfortunate others. 3 members of the crowd fell bleeding, one dead before she hit the ground, the other 2 grievously injured. Jed looked and saw Michael turning toward the terrified deputies. His butcher knife raised. They would cause them no more trouble. He turned back and saw another deputy elbowing people aside in his effort to reach him. Jed felt anger surge through him as he saw the man's face. He recognized him. This was the transport deputy that rode with them on the transport bus, the one that called Jed Pussyface. Jed charged forward, his mallet raised. The deputy saw what was coming, tried to flee, and found he was hemmed in by those around him. Jed brought his mallet down on the man's right shoulder, smashing it and his collarbone. The deputy dropped his gun and held his one good hand up as he begged for mercy. Jed hammered the outstretched appendage, breaking the fingers. He raised the mallet again and brought it down on the center of the man's face. He collapsed to the floor, silent now. He would never call anyone a pussyface ever again. Jed turned towards the jam center aisle that ran between rows of seats, to the front doors where the crowd still pushed against each other. To his right, he saw Michael slash one deputy's throat and ram his knife into the other's sternum, lifting him off the ground with one powerful arm. He cocked his head to one side, and then the other, as the man's blood dripped down onto his orange jumpsuit and upturned mask. Jed put his mallet in his jumpsuit as he mounted the stairs. He cranked the chainsaw into life and closed the distance between himself and the bunched-up crowd. The ones in the back saw him coming and ran to the side, down the nearest row of seats. They were the lucky few. Jed brought the chainsaw around sideways, sawing into the torsos of the gathered crowd. Blood and viscera flew, coating the walls and floor, Jed and the crowd. 5 people collapsed to the floor, their bodies cut in half at the waist. Jed brought the saw back, and then back again. Outside the door, the deputies took a step back in horror as gallons of blood ran beneath the door to pool in the lobby at their booted feet. 15, 20 people bifurcated. The door was finally clear. Jed yanked the door open, caught sight of the stunned and sickened state police officers standing on the other side, and whipped the saw's blade across their necks. They fell back, their heads held on by strips of sinew and gristle. Jed stood over them, watching them gush crimson, and then glanced up to the studio's front doors. Distant shapes milled around outside. He couldn't go that way. He turned left towards another set of doors and came out into a long corridor. Pale faces peeked out of offices as he ran past towards the back of the building. A deputy that looked barely old enough to be out of high school came through the door at the end of the hall, saw Jed, and ran back the way he'd come. Jed followed him through the door out into the cold night air. The deputy was a shadow fading into the dark around the building's corner. He would bring more cops with their guns. Jed didn't have much time. He jogged across the parking lot towards a line of trees, headed north. The Sheik dropped his arm, letting the skewered deputy fall at his feet beside his dead partner. Behind him, the other had sawed his way through the crowd and ran out the front door. The Sheik looked around for the blond boy, for Tommy, and didn't see him. The woman had rushed him from the room. The Sheik turned to the doors they'd fled through and saw the television show's host cringing in the shadows at the edge of the stage. He moved towards the man, his bloody knife raised. He swung it down over and over again, slashing the man's upturned face until it was unrecognizable, until his punctured eyes oozed white, vitriol fluid down his flayed cheeks. "You took my face," the Sheik thought. "Now I've taken yours." He turned from the squilling, writhing man and walked through the doors that Tommy and the woman had ran through. He turned right and strode up the corridor past staring faces, headed for the back door. He passed an office door, caught movement from the corner of his eye, and looked to see a fat, balding man in a suit running at him with a metal hole puncher raised above his head. He brought the makeshift weapon down. He was slow and weak. The Sheik sidestepped the attack easily, waited for the man to stumble off balance, and then stabbed him in the back of the neck, severing his spine. The fat man fell on his face, paralyzed from the neck down, and began the agonizing process of suffocating to death. A door slammed open, and hurried footsteps echoed along the hall. The shape stepped to the office door, poised to strike. A shadow played on the opposite wall, and a state police officer came into view. Michael struck, opening the woman's throat from ear to ear. She tripped and fell, clutching at her bubbling throat. The shape longed to watch her bleed, but he had more important prey to find: Tommy. The boy that got away from him thanks to his sister and Dr. Loomis. The boy was so close, he would not escape him again. The shape strode to the back door out into the parking lot. There was no sign of Tommy or the woman. Still, a voice whispered that they were close. He would find them soon enough. He turned left and walked towards an alley and neighborhood beyond. After all the long years spent patiently waiting, he was dormant no longer. The shape had come home again. Part 2. The Manhunt. Chapter 10. Aftermath. Sheriff Lee Brackett paused at the television studio's front entrance and put a hand on the doorframe to steady himself. He was not ready for this. He knew what lay on the other side of those doors, had been told the numbers. 29 dead, one killed by a stray bullet fired by one of his own. There were 10 more critically injured and 8 more hurt, but in stable condition. Most of those were victims not of the killers or cop, but of the crowd. They'd suffer broken bones from being trampled in the panic to escape. He took a deep breath to steady himself and caught the coppery scent of fresh spilled blood on the night air. He said a silent prayer and stepped inside. The lobby and studio was a hustle and bustle of activity as evidence was collected and pictures were taken. Brackett saw bloody sheets draped over the bodies of the 2 deputies that had been killed in the lobby. He was not looking forward to calling their families or those of the other deputies slain inside. He walked between the sheets and halted as the mounded sheets that covered the chainsaw victims came into view. "Oh God, there's so many more this time," he thought. "Why didn't anyone listen?" He swallowed hard, a trembling hand over his mouth. It was all too much. He thought he was going to be sick. A hand fell on his shoulder, and Brackett turned to see Dr. Samuel Loomis standing by his side, his face pale and stricken. "Sam," Brackett said, clutching the older man's hand, "let's go outside, huh? I've never thrown up on the job. Not once, no matter how bad the mess was, but this..." Loomis just nodded, for once at a loss for words. He followed as Brackett led him out the front door and across the front parking lot away from the crowd. Brackett leaned against the hood of a parked car, shaking his head. Loomis leaned beside him, staring up at the stars overhead. "I keep thinking that this is some sick joke. Someone has played. This poor little town has been through so much already. Why are they being forced to endure more?" Brackett shrugged. He didn't have an answer. He looked up at Loomis with a determined expression on his face. "I want you with me, Sam." Loomis nodded. "Of course, Lee. I think you may need me on this. I did some research on the other one, Jedediah Sawyer. Between him and Michael, I'm afraid we are in for a long night. What is the plan?" "I've called for more support from the state police," Brackett said. "They're placing roadblocks at every road that leads from town. They've been ordered to keep all non-essential persons out of Hadenfield until further notice. The last thing we need are strangers and the press running around and getting in our way. We'll be buttoned up as securely as we can be within the next 30 minutes. "That takes care of the perimeter," Loomis said, scratching his goatee. "What about inside the town?" Brackett stood up straight, and stared out into the dark around them, as if he expected to see Leatherface or Michael appear out of thin air. "You asked me to keep everything quiet back in '78. You said people would see Myers on every street corner. We are doing it different this time. I'm shutting down the town of Hadenfield. I've dispatched some of my deputies and a few state guys to the high school football field with orders to shut it down and send everyone to the high school. I have other deputies driving through the streets to clear them of all traffic. They're announcing via loudspeakers that a mandatory curfew is now in effect until further notice, and that they are all to shelter in place. I want everyone to lock their doors, bolt their windows, and pray this night ends quickly." "Martial law?" Loomis asked with a raised eyebrow. Brackett nodded. "I'll deal with my backlash later. It'll be worth it if inconveniencing people will keep them alive. Deputies and state police are beginning a street-by-street search, spreading out from the TV studio towards the outskirts of town. Maybe we'll get lucky and find them before someone else runs afoul them." "What about the federal marshals?" Loomis asked. "Sawyer is their inmate. Surely they will send their own people to help recapture him." "Oh, they're coming. But they won't be here until morning," Brackett replied. "It's just us and the Stadies until then." "Well, that's a start," Loomis said. "Let's hope it will be enough." Chapter 11. The Last Quarter. Lindsay Wallace held her breath. Her pom-poms clutched to her chest as the center hiked the football and Vic fell back behind his blockers. The score was tied late in the third quarter, and there was a feeling of gravity to this moment, as if the outcome of the game would be decided in the next few seconds. A linebacker broke through, dove at Vic, but he was far too slow. Vic spun and was away quick as a catch, running towards the sideline. A streak of lightning ran downfield, his arm raised over his head. Vic threw a perfect spiral, and Jason caught it over his shoulder. The defender leapt, missing Jason's ankle by a foot, and Jason ran the remaining 25 yards to the goal line, while the crowd screamed. "Yes!" Lindsay screamed with the rest. She turned and fell into a bear hug with Annie and another cheerleader named Lila Grubbs that they sometimes hung out with. Pandemonium reigned for a time. You would have thought that Hadenfield had just won the state championship. Finally, the referee's whistle re-established some form of order, and both teams moved to their respective sidelines to confer with the coaches. The girls broke apart and moved back to their spots, each one watching Lindsay for the signal to begin the next cheer. Lindsay held her pom-poms at the ready and then froze as she glanced towards the visiting team's goal line and saw a line of Warren County Sheriff's cruisers and state police cars pulling to a stop beneath the goalpost. A murmur passed like a wave through the crowd as more people noticed. They elbowed each other and pointed. A tall, handsome blonde deputy stepped from his vehicle, followed by a dozen other officers. He lifted a bullhorn to his lips and began to speak. "Listen up, everyone. I'm Warren County Deputy Sheriff Gary Hunt. Sheriff Brackett and the state police have declared a state of emergency in Hadenfield." The murmur grew louder as people looked uneasily to each other. Surely this must be a practical joke, a Halloween prank played on the unsuspecting crowd. Lindsay met Annie's gaze and saw fear blossoming there. Of course it wasn't a prank. Sheriff Brackett would never pull something like that, not on Halloween. She looked back to Hunt as he continued. "There was an incident at the television studio less than an hour ago," Hunt said. "Several people were injured, and Michael Myers and the murderer called Leatherface escaped." Lindsay gasped, her pom-poms falling from her numb fingers. She tried to draw another breath, and for a brief moment found that she couldn't. She knew this feeling, this fear. It was as familiar as the sound of her mother's voice calling to her from their living room downstairs. Had she really thought she had forgotten? Had she really believed she had moved on from that dark night? "What the hell is a Leatherface?" someone asked in the front row bleacher just above Lindsay. Who is Michael Myers? They must be new to town, Lindsay thought. They don't know, but I'm afraid they are about to find out. God help us all. Please listen to me, Hunt called, quieting the crowd. Roadblocks have been placed at every exit from town. For all intents and purposes, martial law has been imposed. A shelter-in-place order has been issued and a curfew instituted. Those people who are in their homes will remain there. Those outside of town will not be allowed back in until further notice. Those of you here will be escorted to the high school and will remain there with armed law enforcement officers as protection. No one, I repeat, no one will be allowed to roam the streets until these two dangerous individuals are apprehended. Anyone caught on the streets of Hadenfield tonight will find themselves spending the night in a jail cell. The hell you say, shouted a man near the top of the visitors' bleachers. I'm not staying here with a killer on the loose. You will, sir, Hunt said. Don't push us on this. The sheriff is only looking out for your best interest. We lost too many people the last time Michael Myers was free, and he was alone then. Please follow our instructions. I would like everyone to calmly step down onto the football field. Once everyone has gathered, my fellow deputies and I will take you to the school. Annie stepped to Lindsay's side as shell-shocked people began to move down onto the field. The pretty blonde girl leaned up on her tiptoes and whispered, Is this for real? Lindsay nodded, words failing her. What could she say? The monster was back out of her dreams and walking the streets of his hometown once again. Annie's face was leaden. Lindsay, what about Tommy? He was at the damn studio. Lindsay shook her head, a tear falling down her cheek. A ruckus rose up behind them, and they turned to see Lila, Vic, Jason, and Eds shoving their way towards them. Lila and Vic were grinning ear to ear as if this were the best night of their young lives. Jason looked scared, and Ed seemed on the verge of passing out. This is far out, man, Vic said as they reached the two girls. We'll be talking about this Halloween for the next 10 years. Lila shifted slightly closer to him and nodded. Jason looked at the two of them in disgust before turning to the others. I can't believe Myers is out again. Are you okay? Yeah, Lindsay answered. I'm just scared for Tommy. They said that people got hurt. He was supposed to be sitting on the front row. You don't think that... No, Ed said, shaking his head vehemently. Tommy is fine, I'm sure of it. Yeah, Vic said, wiping sweat from his brow. He got away from the bastard once. He can do it again. Maybe, Lindsay said. Annie took her hand and they started walking with the crowd. No one spoke for a time as the deputies and state police officers flanked the large group and funneled them away from the bright football field across the dirt parking lot towards the dark, hulking shapes of Warren County High School. Mr. Almeida, their English teacher, was waiting for them at the rear of the gym. He unlocked the doors and ushered everyone inside the echoing room. Lindsay, Annie, Lila, Eds, Jason, and Vic split off from the crowd and claimed a spot high up on the wooden bleachers that overlooked the rapidly filling basketball courts. Almeida waited until Deputy Hunt assured him that everyone was inside, including 2 armed state police officers, and then he locked the doors. The 2 officers moved to the opposite end of the gym and out into the hallway, presumably to patrol the rest of the school. Lindsay watched as Almeida walked to the gym teacher's office and came out with a television on a stand. He plugged it in, and an old black and white movie came on the screen, the title card reading, The Thing from Outer Space. They played that movie on the TV back in '78, Lindsay thought, as she turned away from the screen. Tommy and I watched it together while Lori made us popcorn. Oh, Tommy, I hope you are all right. The red and blue lights of the deputy sheriff's car nearly blinded Sally as they reflected into her eyes from the Bronco's rearview mirror. She rested her hands on the steering wheel to wait for the deputy to approach and stole a glance at the teenage boy huddled in the passenger seat beside her. She'd found out his name was Tommy Doyle, a name she remembered from her own research into the television show and its participants. He sat hugging his knees to his thin chest, staring around at the woods on either side of the road like a small animal that has scented danger. She noticed his hand drift to his ankle and saw the bulge made by the switchblade knife concealed there. He's a survivor, Sally thought. He's just like me. A shadow moved outside her window and Tommy flinched. She put a hand on his arm, speaking in a calm voice. "It's okay. It's the deputy that pulled us over." Tommy nodded but did not speak. She turned back to the door and rolled down her window. The scent of Old Spice cologne hit her like a punch to the gut. "Ma'am," he said, "I'm sorry to have to pull you over, but we have a situation in town and a curfew has been put in place." "We are well aware of the situation," Sally said. "We were at the television studio when it happened." The deputy took a small step back, frowning. "Then you two must have one hell of a story to tell. You can't stay out here. We're supposed to arrest anyone driving around." "Well, we couldn't exactly stay at the studio," Sally said. "Not with Myers and Sawyer nearby. Long story short, we both are of special interest to them." "I understand, but I have to insist you find somewhere to hunker down as soon as possible," said the deputy. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Sally glanced over to Tommy. "I was thinking I'd better get Tommy here, home to his parents first. After that, I was going to find your sheriff and offer to help catch Sawyer. I've dealt with him before." "No," Tommy grunted, drawing the two adults' attention. He cleared his throat and sat up straighter in the seat. "I don't want to go home tonight. My parents are out of town for my dad's work, so there is no one there. I can't stay by myself, not with—" He paused to swallow the lump in his throat and tried again. "Not with Michael Myers out there." Sally frowned, considering. "Well, I can't really take you along with me looking for Leatherface, and I don't want to drop you off at my hotel." "I can tell you now, ma'am," said the deputy, "Sheriff Brackett isn't going to let you help. If neither of you have a better option, I would suggest that you drive over to the high school. There's a bunch of folks there that were at the football game holed up there under police protection. You'd be with a crowd safe as houses. I bet there isn't a safer place to be in all of Hadenfield." Sally ground her teeth, furious that someone might prevent her from finding Leatherface before he hurt more people. Still, there was the boy to think about. She looked over at him, a question in her eyes. Tommy stared back for a moment and then nodded. "My friends were at the football game. They'll be there." Sally patted him on the arm. "Well, I guess that settles it. We'll be on our way." "Good," said the deputy, taking a step back from the Bronco. Sally watched him walk to his car and sit behind the wheel. He waited for a second and then flashed his headlights at her. She sighed and shifted the vehicle into gear. The voices in his head told the shape that he should wait and watch, so wait he did. The wooded lot was silent around him. No cricket chirped, no night bird sang. They knew that something had come among them, and they feared drawing its attention. Lights flashed down the road, and the shape watched as a Bronco pulled off into the high school's parking lot. The front doors opened, and two people climbed out beneath an orange arc sodium light. It was them, the woman from the television studio, and Tommy. The shape watched as the woman pulled a large revolver from under the driver's seat and secured the holster at her right hip before putting an arm around the boy. She led him towards the school and disappeared inside. The voices were right. They'd led him to the person he most wanted to see. He drew the butcher knife from his pocket and wiped the sticky blood from the blade with fallen leaves. There would be fresh blood to wet it soon enough. Chapter 12. Two Drunk Men. "Oh man, you should have seen me," Rocky Rush Cleveland intoned, thrusting his beer skyward for emphasis and sloshing some onto the office's dirty floor. "I was brilliant. I was untouchable. The way I weaved between the defenders and scored that final touchdown was like poetry in motion, my man." "I know," Brad Weeders said as he scratched his thick salt and pepper beard. "I've heard all about it." He took a long swig of his own beer, belched resoundingly, and patted his large potbelly. If Rush heard Brad's exasperated tone, he gave no indication. "That was freshman year," Rush continued, standing tall before his annoyed friend. "There's no greater time in a young man's life than freshman year at college. I was a god, dude. Men wanted to be me, and women wanted to screw me. Hell, man, did I ever tell you about the hot professor that banged me in her office one afternoon? After football practice? I was so sweaty and smelly, and she loved it. She wouldn't let me shower, and she wanted to get dirty." "I know," said Brad. Rushed down the last of his beer and threw the bottle against the office wall, where it shattered into brown diamonds and joined the remains of countless others of its kind. Rush stumbled over to the cooler beside Brad, fished another bud from its depths, and popped the top off. He studied the fine mist that floated above the bottle's neck for a moment and then took a drink. "Everything changed after that," Rush said, anger tinging his words. "That next Friday night, we were playing the Seminoles, and I went out for a pass. I jumped and came down wrong." "Pop," said Brad. "Pop," Rush said at the same time. "There went my knee, and with it my scholarship football career, and all of my dreams. Do you know what waits for a jock who can't play ball anymore? I tell you what. A life of working from daylight until dark in the snow, blistering heat, and pounding rain. A life spent carrying a chainsaw through the woods and sawing down trees until blisters form on your hands and then burst and bleed. A worthless life where no one will remember you after you are gone. I will be forgotten." "Oh, quit your bitching," Brad spat, sitting up with some difficulty. "It's the same every Friday night. We come out here to get away from all the bitching at home, and then you get drunk and I have to put up with more bitching. So you blew out your knee and can't play football anymore. So what? Do you think that makes you different from hundreds of other college athletes? Let me tell you about real loss, my morose friend. Take a good look around you. You are standing in the husk of industry, the abandoned Castle Brothers textile mill on the banks of a river that dried up when the dam went in 2 miles north of here. Real love, real pain is fathers and mothers no longer able to feed their children because they lost their job for the sake of progress. Real pain is looking into your children's eyes when they ask for seconds because they're still hungry and there's nothing left to give them, even though you and their mother went completely without so they could have something. My father lived that hurt for 2 years. He and my mother had to go on the county just to make ends meet. Can you imagine that? Welfare. My father felt emasculated. He felt less than a man. I found out later that he even thought about ending his life. Rush swayed on his feet, unimpressed. He took another swig from his beer. Now who is bitchin', buddy? So you and your folks had to miss out on a few bowls of soup every now and then. A freak accident cost me millions. I could have been living high on the hog. I could be living in a mansion drinking champagne. I could be farting through silk sheets with Brooke Shields asleep beside me. Instead, I get to drink this swill in this rat-infested derelict with the smelly, fat bastard whose only goal in life is to get around his next greasy cheeseburger. Brad climbed to his feet. The impact of his indignation somewhat lessened when he nearly fell flat on his face at Rush's feet. He found his balance, belched mightily in Rush's face, and gave him the finger. You butthole, you're being a mean drunk tonight. This isn't any fun. I'm going to take a squirt and then I'm going home. Rush blushed, chagrined. He put a hand out to steady his friend. Come on, dude, I'm sorry I'm being a dick. Tell you what, go take your piss, and I'll be a changed man when you get back. I'll think of a good joke to tell you. Brad snorted and then shrugged. Okay, I forgive you. Now let me go before I soil my tighty-whities in front of you. Rush dropped his hand and watched as Brad stumbled into the door jamb, righted himself, and waddled out into the dark passageway outside the office. The world pitched and yawed around Brad as he peed on a column in the center of a big open space that had once been the main work area of the mill's bottom floor. He'd once been caught on a small boat in the middle of the Great Lakes when a white squall suddenly struck. It was the wildest thing he'd ever been through. One second the sky is blue and the water fine, and the next the wind howled like a banshee, throwing the waves over the edge of the small craft. He'd nearly drowned as the boat almost capsized over and over again. He felt like he was on that boat again. He leaned his head against the column as his stream intensified. It seemed he would piss forever. He lifted his leg and released a window-rattling fart and giggled like the boy he'd been 30 years before. After the rain comes thunder, he said to the dark. He laughed harder, which forced more explosive flatulence from his bottom, which in turn made him laugh more. It seemed a vicious, self-sustaining cycle that might never end. That was until he heard the sound of glass breaking behind him. Brad turned, trying to put his still-dripping member away while searching for the source of the noise. His feet tangled beneath him and he fell on his side, wetting his pants. He stared up in shock as a stranger loomed over him. The man was huge, built like a grizzly bear and dressed in a bright orange coverall that was flecked with dried blood. He wore a hideous mask on his head that looked like it had been skinned from another person's face. He waved his left hand in front of his nose and then pinched it shut with gore-encrusted fingers. He lifted the other hand and Brad saw jagged shards of glass glinting in the dark. It was a broken beer bottle, one discarded by Brad right before he unzipped his pants. "Hey, man," Brad said as he tried to stand. "Everyone breaks wind. It's not that serious." The hulking man grunted as if to say that it was serious indeed, and then he drove the broken bottle forward, burying it in Brad's throat. Blood bubbled up into Brad's mouth, came pouring from the broken bottle's neck like a fountain. Brad reached up to pull the bottle out of his neck, but the man was faster. He forced the bottle sideways, slashing the left side of Brad's neck wide open. Blood jetted from the ragged wound to strike another column 10 feet away. Darkness began to cloud Brad's vision, and he looked up into his killer's eyes. "Not cool, my man," Brad hissed. He took one final breath, vomited a gout of blood and beer onto his chest, and then he breathed no more. Too much time had passed even for Brad, and Rush was starting to worry. He had been worse than normal tonight. He had just got caught up in the moment. He really did enjoy spending time with Brad and thought it would really suck if he had gone too far over the line and run him off for good. I know, Rush thought as he stepped over to the cooler and pulled out the last of the beers. I'll take him a peace offering. He picked up the small Coleman lantern they used to light the dark mill and stumbled out into the passage. He glanced first one way and then the other. Sure, he would see his friend coming towards him out of the shadows, but saw nothing. He listened and heard nothing bigger than a rat scurrying over the trash on business of its own. "Brad?" he called, slightly slurring his words. "Where you at, bro? Are you taking the world's biggest dump? Tell me now, because I don't want to walk in on you with your pants down. It's hard enough to get up from my wife without that image in my head." No reply came. Fear took the place of worry, and Brad slunk towards the nearest open door. Brad would have laughed had he heard and been able to respond. Something was wrong. Rush approached the door, careful to not make a sound. He paused at the edge, listening hard, and thought he heard the sound of someone breathing just outside. Yes, this person heard him speak, but didn't respond. Definitely not Brad, then. Rush set the lantern down on the dirty floor and gripped the beer bottle's neck in his right hand. He raised it over his head, took a breath to still his nerves, and then charged around the corner. The first thing he saw was the familiar shape of Brad laying a few feet away with a puddle of black blood around him. The next was a large shape lunging at him from his left. Rush turned to counter the attack and felt all his breath leave him as a large mallet struck him squarely in the center of his chest. He flew through the air and came down on his back 10 feet away, with his head in one corner of the room. He tried to stand, to draw breath, and moaned in agony as what felt like 1,000 shards of glass stabbed his lungs. "The son of a bitch broke my ribs," he thought. "Deal with it, old hoss. You have to, or you are going to be a dead man in less than a minute. Get on your feet." He tried. Oh, how he tried. But it was not meant to be. The man in the mask was on him in an instant, swinging a large mallet down. It struck his chest again and again. Rush heard his bones crackle and pop, felt his lungs spasm. The mallet came down once more, striking the spongy mass over his heart. Rush's breath caught in his throat as his heart skipped a beat, and then another. The mallet fell again, passing through his chest into the cavity beneath and turning his heart into a bruised mush. "It wasn't supposed to end like this," he thought. "I was supposed to be somebody. I was supposed to be special." He tried to move and couldn't. It was strange. There had been so much pain to begin with, but it was fading, fast, as if he were flying away into the dark, apart from his broken body. Rush didn't fight it. He closed his eyes and let the rushing winds of fate take him to whatever waited for him on the other side. Maybe it would be nice, a place where lost dreams come true. Thinking this, he died. Jed stood over the cooling corpse, studying the face. It was a nice face, handsome. It would make a good face to replace the fake one he took from the television studio. He would have to find a good knife. He turned and looked around at the abandoned mill and smiled. It reminded him of the old slaughterhouse back in Texas where he and his family had worked. Back before the bad time. Before Pretty Sally came and changed everything. It felt like home. Jed smiled as he walked out into the hall to begin his search. Soon he would have a new face and a new place to call his own. Things would be better now. He wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Now the people in the town would have something to be afraid of, especially if they decided to come snooping around his home. He thought he might take up decorating like his brother Nubbins had done. Of course he wouldn't be as good as Nubbins, but he would try. After all, the mill could use some sprucing up. Yes, a couple bone wind chimes would do nicely. He could start with the two men. He would dress them out and store their meat for later, and then set to work. Soon enough, he would have the place looking like the old homestead in Texas. Drayton and Nubbins would be proud, he thought. Smiling again, he strode off into the depths of the no longer abandoned mill. Chapter 13. Vic's True Colors. Annie groaned on the bleacher beside Lindsay as a group of freshmen burst into laughter nearby, drawing the ire from 3 adults sitting below them. Annie shifted in her seat, trying to get comfortable, and then sighed. "This is way uncool," she said. "We've been held prisoner here for hours now. No one is telling us anything. We don't know when we will be able to leave. These bleachers are making my ass go numb, and it's too freaking loud." "Tell us how you really feel," Ed said, grinning at her over his copy of the Fellowship of the Ring. Annie bristled, her hands resting on her hips, looking more cute than intimidating in her cheerleading garb. "I'll tell you how I feel, Edward. I'm tired and I want to go home. I haven't been sleeping good at all, and I'm exhausted." "I'm sorry," Jason said. "I wish we could get out of here too, but the cops have us locked down tight. We'd be in cuffs before we made it a block down the street." "Then let's get out of the gym at least," Annie said. "We can go find a quiet classroom away from all these people." Lindsay looked around at the crowd, anxious. Didn't everyone say there was safety in numbers at a time like this? "Annie," Lindsay said, putting a hand on her friend's forearm, "I don't think that's such a good idea. I think it would be better if we all stayed with the group." Annie stuck her lip out in a pout that, combined with her outfit, nearly sent Ed's and Jason into paroxysms of joy. "Oh, come on. What could possibly happen? There is an armed policeman walking up and down the hallway right outside. All we would have to do is yell, and he would be there in like 10 seconds. "I don't know," Lindsay said. "Come on, babe," Vic said, putting his arm around her to rest his hand on the side swell of her breast. "I think Annie has a great idea. A little more privacy would be nice." The touch of his hand seemed intrusive, and this disturbed her. He was her boyfriend. They liked each other, so why should this mildly intimate touch make her skin crawl? Was it the possessiveness it implied, or was it something more? Was it the way he had nagged and begged to go all the way, even though she had clearly told him she was not ready? Was it something in the way he looked at her, the frustrated anger and the hint of something darker that flashed behind his eyes? She shifted her weight to escape and glanced around at the others to gauge their reaction to Annie's suggestion. Ed's and Jason seemed to be on board with the idea. That left Tommy. She turned to look at him. He sat huddled against the gym wall a few feet away from them, staring off into the middle distance, seeing things that no one should see. He'd spilled his guts about what happened at the TV studio once he'd arrived in the care of Sally Hardesty. He detailed the blood and carnage in a monotone that belied the depths of his pain. But Lindsay hadn't been fooled, neither had Ed's. They'd each waited until his tale came to an end, and then they approached him. Tommy had just looked at them and shook his head. He had nothing else to say. "Tommy?" Lindsay called out to him. He blinked and then shifted his gaze to her. "What do you think? Do you want to go find a classroom to hang out in, away from all these people?" Tommy blinked again and seemed to come back from wherever he'd been hiding. He glanced around at the others as if surprised to find them there, and then he nodded to Lindsay. Um, sure, he said, getting to his feet. I could use a little more quiet. See, Vic said, winking at Lindsay. Tommy needs more quiet. Why don't we go to the home ec room near the lunchroom? There are couches for us to crash on. Annie could hit the sack and we would be much more comfortable. Annie, Vic, Lindsay, Eds, Tommy, Jason, and Lila rose as one, and they made their way through the crowd and out of the gym. No one spared them a glance. They were all too focused on their own fears or excitement to notice. Vic took the lead, turning left. They passed by gratified lockers with a faded poster hung above advertising the homecoming dance from 2 weeks before. They reached the classroom, found it unlocked, and walked inside. Vic flicked a switch on the wall, and bright fluorescent lights bloomed to life above 5 separate kitchen spaces along the wall. Desks and folding tables lined the center of the big room. They walked past these to the rear of the room where 2 couches sat facing each other outside the teacher's office. Annie opened the office door, saw another couch behind the teacher's cluttered desk, and sighed. Y'all have fun, she said with a wave. Wake me up when they decide to let us leave. She walked inside and shut the door. The teens chose their seats, and Jason and Lila started up a conversation. Ed sat reading beside Tommy, who had once again lapsed into silence. Lindsay started to get up and go sit beside him, but was pulled back down by Vic. Hey, what the hell? Lindsay hissed. Vic shrugged. Where are you trying to go? She looked over at Tommy and then back to Vic. I'm really worried about Tommy. He's been through a hell of a night. Tommy is fine, Vic said, putting his arm around her shoulder and trying to pull her onto his lap. He would talk to us if he wanted to. Just leave him alone. She shifted away, giving him a steely look. What's wrong with you? You're acting like all this is one big party. Do you understand that people died tonight? That Tommy saw it happen? Do you realize that people we know are probably among the victims? Vic huffed out a breath and leaned closer to her so that he could whisper in her ear. Come on, babe. Can't you be happy that we are all alive and safe? What's more, we are together. Why don't you relax and try to enjoy some time with your boyfriend? Vic, you're kidding, right? Lindsay asked. How can you think about that at a time like this? I can't help it, he said, putting his hand on her bare thigh below her skirt. You know I have a thing for cheerleaders. No, Vic, Lindsay said. Stop it. She tried to push his hand away, but he fought her, pushing it further up her leg beneath her skirt. He bent his head toward her and kissed her neck. No! She shouted, jumping to her feet and backing away. I said no, and I mean it. Vic stood up, reaching for her, and was stopped by Tommy, Eds, and Jason, who formed a wall between the trembling girl and him. What the hell did you do, jerk-off? Eds raged, his face red, his fists clenched. The fact that the larger boy could probably crush him in a single blow didn't seem to cross his mind. Eds was ready for a fight. Vic rolled his eyes. Mind your damn business if you know what's good for you, geek. This is between me and my girlfriend, so butt out. No, that's where you're wrong, Jason said. It's between you and the rest of us since we're standing between you and her. What did you do? Vic sized the running back up, and then his eyes drifted over to Tommy. Did he have his switchblade on him? This was a fight he couldn't win. He looked over their shoulders to Lindsay. Hey, babe, let's talk, okay? Look, I'm sorry. Lindsay stared at him with teary eyes for a long moment, and then she put a hand on Tommy's shoulder. No, I don't think so. I think we're done, asshole. Annie was right. I've got better options. Better options than me? Vic spat, forgetting himself for a moment and taking a step forward. Jason met him and shoved him back. Vic fell backward onto the couch beside Lila, shaking with rage. He stood up, straightening his jersey, glaring at them all. You losers aren't good enough to lick my cleats. I'm going to be in the NFL in a couple years, and you'll all still be sitting here in this podunk little town living your meaningless lives. Fuck you, and fuck that frigid bitch hiding behind you. You all are welcome to her. Take turns. I bet that would warm her right up. Ed started forward, and Jason held him back. Tommy stepped up between them, coming eye to eye with Vic. "You know what I have in my sock, don't you?" he asked the bigger boy. "I think it's time for you to leave." Vic paled at the thought of the knife. He took one more look around at all of them and then left the room. Lila stood and followed after him. Lindsay shook her head. "I thought she was after him. Why else would she hang out with us when she's barely said a word to any of us outside practice?" "Her taste in men seems deficient," Eds remarked as he pushed his glasses back in place on the bridge of his nose. "So is mine," Lindsay said. "We'll call it a bout of temporary insanity," Ed said. "But you're better now." "Yeah," she said, taking a step closer to Tommy. "I can't believe that prick," Jason said, pacing in front of the couch. "I thought he was cool. Just wait until I tell the rest of the football team what he tried. Are you okay, Lindsay?" She put her arm around Tommy's waist and nodded. Tommy's eyes went wide, and the others laughed. Chapter 14. State Police. Brackett paused with his foot on the bottom step leading up to the Myers house. Sagging front porch, as the radio at his hip crackled to life. He pulled it off and keyed the talk button. "Go for Brackett." "This is Spearman out at the high school," said the voice on the other end of the radio. "There's nothing to report. No sign of either Myers or Sawyer." "Good deal," Brackett replied. "Keep me posted. I want to hear from you every 30 minutes. Watch each other's backs." "That's a big 10-4, Sheriff. Over and out." Brackett replaced the radio and then looked up at the house. The paint was peeling now, revealing the gray wood beneath. Every window was broken, and the word monster had been spray-painted in red across the front door. A faded for sale sign leaned crookedly against the steps, mostly hidden by the rampant growth of weeds that covered the yard. "Do you remember the last time we were here together?" Brackett asked. "Of course," Loomis answered from behind him. "I told you about my time with Michael and what he did to his sister inside. I nearly soiled my pants when the gutter fell and broke the window." "So did I," Brackett replied. He mounted the porch and opened the front door. The musty scent of dusty years wafted out, accompanied by the smell of old rot. Brackett switched on his flashlight as he drew his revolver, playing the beam over the foyer and staircase just inside. "We found a dead dog in the room to the right. You said Michael got hungry. I thought you were crazy, Sam. Now I know better. Neither one of those things can be human." Loomis drew his own revolver and followed the sheriff inside. They cleared the first floor in silence, moving as a team, and found nothing. The thick carpet of dust on the old linoleum floors lay undisturbed by footprints. They came back to the base of the stairs, each glancing up. "It's obvious he hasn't been here tonight," Brackett said, holstering his firearm. "Not yet, at least," Loomis agreed, putting his own away. "He will, though." "Maybe," Brackett said. "I don't see the point in going upstairs, do you?" Loomis shook his head. "Not at all." Brackett turned to face the older man, frowning. "Sam, I've been doing some reading, and what I've found disturbed me. I assume you are familiar with Carl Jung?" Loomis laughed. "Intimately. I am a psychologist, after all." Brackett smiled weakly and ran his bandaged hand over his face. "Of course, Jung said that the wickedness in others breeds wickedness in us because it kindles evil in our own hearts. And Nietzsche wrote that he who fights with monsters might take care lest he become a monster. And if you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you." "From Jung to Nietzsche?" Loomis asked, putting a comforting hand on Brackett's shoulder. "You have been contemplating heavy things." "I guess," Brackett said, shuffling his feet. I was wondering, both of us spend our lives looking at the worst that humanity has to offer. The things Myers and Sawyer did tonight were unspeakable. Pure evil. How are we supposed to confront this and not be changed by it? I see it all the time in law enforcement. You become desensitized to all this shit because that is the only way to cope with the horror. You can lose your empathy. How do we deal with stuff like this and not lose our essential part of ourselves? Loomis looked down at his hands, thinking. I've counseled with my share of officers and deputies over the years prior to working at Smith's Grove. I've heard men and women ask that same question. I didn't really have a good answer for them at the time, and I don't now. What I can say is that evil exists in this world. People do terrible things to each other. But their opposite exists as well. Where there are people like Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers, you also have people like Mother Teresa and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Good people. Lee, the world is full of them, and you are one of them. Take heart. You will never be like Michael and Leatherface, no matter how desensitized you may become. This world needs men like you because evil flourishes when good men do nothing. You said a mouthful there, Brackett said. Thanks for picking me up and for being here when I need you. Any time, Loomis replied. So what do you suggest we do now? Brackett looked around at the dark, empty house. If Michael didn't come here, then where would he go? Laurie once told me that Michael followed her, Annie, and their friend Linda home, Loomis said. Perhaps he is trying to find Laurie again. Brackett gasped, remembering the nice young family that lived across the street from him. Sam, there's a family living in the Strode house. They have kids. Loomis paled. We have to get over there. Get on the radio and have a deputy meet us at once. They mustn't stay in that home. State Police Officer Spearman parked his cruiser beside the high school gym after completing his 5th patrol around the rear of the campus in the last hour. He rolled down his window, yawning, hoping the cold night air would wake him up. He checked his watch. They'd made their last report to Sheriff Brackett 5 minutes ago. That left 25 minutes until the next update. God, he thought as he yawned again. Please don't let me fall asleep. All I need is for Brackett to tell my captain I was sleeping on the job and I can kiss any hope of getting promoted this next rotation goodbye. He opened his door and got out to stretch. He felt like he was drowning. He was never going to make it until his relief came. Why had he been stuck with this pissant job? He wanted to be out roaming the streets in the middle of the action. He wanted to search block by block for the 2 psycho killers. Instead, he was stuck here driving in circles around the rear parking lot, babysitting a bunch of high school kids and their families. He looked to the back of the gym where lights flickered through windows high on the wall. They were watching a movie. How nice for them. Wouldn't it be nice to be inside there instead of freezing his ass off outside? Bradshaw had it made patrolling the corridors inside. A branch snapped behind him and Spearman whirled around, shining his flashlight on the tree line. Nothing moved. Another snapped to his right. He swung the light in time to see a man in an orange coverall and white mask vanish deeper into the woods. His heart began to hammer in his chest as he reached for his radio and switched to the alternate frequency the 3 guarding the school were using to communicate. Spearman to Bradshaw and Woodsbury, come back. A second pause and then a voice came across the radio. This is Woodsbury. I saw Myers in the trees behind the gym, Spearman shouted. I need you to drive around here and help me. Bradshaw, step back to the rear entrance in case we need you. A longer pause trailed out before Bradshaw came across. Are you sure you didn't fall asleep out there? Of course I didn't fall asleep, asshole, Spearman said. I wasn't dreaming. I saw him. I saw the mask as plain as day. Then why don't we get on the horn and call for backup? Woodsbury asked reasonably enough. Because we would be famous if we catch him ourselves, Spearman thought, but did not say. Because catching the babysitter killer by ourselves would guarantee my promotion. He keyed the mic. Just get back here and help me. Fine, Woodsbury sighed. I'm on my way. Spearman put the radio back on his belt and drew his pistol from its holster. Woodsbury drove around the corner of the school a moment later and parked by Spearman's cruiser. The harried-looking policeman turned on his bubble lights and jumped out, stroking his mustache as he came. He thinks the facial hair makes him look the part of a lawman, Spearman thought. I think it makes him look like Barney Fife with a caterpillar on his lips. Okay, Woodsbury said. Here I am. Where did you see the big bad man? Spearman bit back a retort, reminding himself he must be professional at all times. He pointed his flashlight beam to the place where he had seen the shape, and the other policeman nodded, drawing his own flashlight and pistol. They moved towards the tree line side by side, their gazes sweeping left and then right, searching for any sign of movement. There was none. Woodsbury paused at the forest edge, listening. You hear that? Spearman shrugged. I don't hear anything. Right, Woodsbury said, stroking his mustache again. There should be some crickets or other bugs singing in the undergrowth. What would make them go so quiet? Myers, Spearman said, stepping past the man into the trees. Darkness crowded around them beneath the boughs, blocking off the moon's cold light. Spearman suddenly felt like he was in a cave underground, with the walls closing in around him. He took a deep breath to calm his rattled nerves and moved on. Woodsbury moved away to his right, spreading out to search. Each policeman tried to move quietly in spite of the fallen leaves and twigs crunching under their feet. They were 50 feet into the trees, and Spearman could see the dim orange glow of a street light shining through the forest ahead. It wasn't a forest after all, just an overgrown lot. There weren't many places to hide. Maybe he had been dreaming with his eyes open. Maybe he was so bored that his mind showed him what he wanted to see. He sighed, ready to take the ridicule of his co-workers. The scent of the fallen leaves was like cinnamon and cloves. Nice smells, comforting smells to a young man that grew up running through the woods behind his home. He started to turn and then paused. There was another smell on the air. A musky odor reached his nostrils. It was a scent out of place in the forest, one that belonged in a gym locker room instead. It was the smell of another person's body odor. Spearman spun, raising his pistol. His arm was caught in a terrifyingly strong grip that forced the gun's barrel toward the ground and ground the bones of his forearm together. He opened his mouth to cry for help, and another hand covered his mouth. Spearman stared up at the white mask, stared through the eye holes into the blackest eyes he had ever seen. Oh, Christ, my arm! Where the hell is Woodsbury? Spearman lifted his right leg to kick, and Michael shoved him off balance, slamming him down on his back in the leaves. He saw the beam of Woodsbury's flashlight play across his attacker's face, heard the other policeman call his name. Spearman tried to cry out, and then began to scream against the muffling hand as it pushed down on his face. He felt his jaw dislocate, felt the tendons tearing as his jawbone was driven back into his neck. No, he thought, not like this. No one deserves to go out like this. Michael put a foot on Spearman's right wrist, pinning his gun hand to the ground. He reached up towards Spearman's face, his dirty fingers forming a claw. Spearman tried to move his head, to roll over and flee, but it was no use. The killer's fingers plunged deep into Spearman's eye sockets, rupturing his eyeballs. The cop felt the fingers digging through cartilage and bone, felt them come together and then yank outward, pulling part of his skull out with them. He writhed under his murder's weight, a squealing, blind thing driven mad by the pain that seemed like it would never end. Oh God, let it end, he prayed. Let me die. Michael brought his booted foot down on Spearman's head, collapsing the man's skull as if in an answer to his appeal. That's when Woodsbury found them. He froze for the briefest second, torn between two separate imperatives. One hand moved towards his radio to call for backup, the other raising the pistol. The minute pause was all Michael needed. He plucked Spearman's gun from his dead hand and threw it at Woodbury's face, hitting him in the bridge of his nose and sending him stumbling back. His feet struck a fallen tree and he fell over onto his back, his nose spraying blood into his upturned face. He tried to wipe the gore from his eyes so that he could see, and screamed as he felt ice-cold steel penetrate his chest. The scream turned into a gargle as more blood filled his punctured lung. The knife was withdrawn and then it plunged back in 2 times, 3, 4, again and again and again. State Police Officer Bradshaw was on edge as he paced the classroom's building's central hallway. He checked his watch, cursing under his breath. Spearman and Woodsbury's last transmission had been 5 minutes ago, more than enough time to clear a small lot of trees. He lifted his radio to his mouth, keyed the talk button. "Bradshaw to Spearman, come in." There was no response. He heard soft footsteps behind him and turned to see Sally watching him with a concerned look on her beautiful face. This was a woman he would love to spend time with at any other moment. But right then, he glanced from her face to the gun on her hip. She wanted to help, insisted on it. The last thing he needed was an untrained civilian armed with a hand cannon shooting at shadows. "Is something wrong?" she asked. He shook his head. "There's nothing for you to worry about." She cocked her head to one side. "Really? Because it sounds like your partners outside have gone radio silent." "They're probably just talking and can't hear my radio," he responded. "Now please, Miss Hardesty, go back to the gym with the others." "It's more than that, and you know it." Bradshaw shook his head. First he had to deal with Spearman's dumbass, and now this. He walked over to her, took her elbow gently, and led her a few steps up the corridor. "Please do as I ask. I can't have you here right now." "Idiot," Sally breathed. She turned and walked away down the dimly lit hallway. Bradshaw grimaced, guessing he didn't have much of a shot with her after all. Sighing, he strode down the hall towards the rear of the building. He came to a double set of doors and passed through into the lunchroom. Rows of folding tables and chairs stretched from one side of the big room to the other, silent and empty. He walked by them, past the counter, and through another set of swinging doors into the dark kitchen. He turned on his flashlight and gasped as roaches scurried away from the beam. "I won't be eating breakfast here in the morning," he thought, pressing on. He walked past a large stove and prep area and stopped in front of a set of doors that opened onto the rear school parking lot. He pushed them, found them to be locked just as he expected they would be. "Spearman, you dipshit," he muttered, grabbing his radio. He keyed the mic. "Spearman, I'm in position at the rear of the school kitchen. I swear you better not be playing games out there. Woodsbury. Spearman, one of you answer me." Silence. The overeager asshole was just jumping at shadows, he thought. I wonder if they ran into each other and knocked each other out like the Three Stooges. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. The joke's on you. Certainly, Bradshaw. The sound of breaking glass to his right drove these thoughts from Bradshaw's mind. He spun, his flashlight and gun pointed at a closed office door. He held his breath, listening, but no other sound came. "Shit," he hissed. "What now, brother man? Step back and call for backup." He thought of the kids and their families just down the hall, innocent people who might be hurt if he walked away. "Bucket," he said. "No guts, no glory." He crept to the door, tried the knob. It turned easily in his grip. He opened the door and stepped inside, sweeping the room with his flashlight and gun. Shards of glass glinted on a desk against the back wall, shards fallen from the broken window above it. Bradshaw stepped towards it, feeling the cold night air blowing through the opening, chilling his upturned face. Something moved to his left. He turned to see a hulking figure charge from behind a coat rack in the corner, a long knife held in its hands. Bradshaw didn't have time to fire. The shape hit him with the force of a linebacker, lifting him into the air and slamming him into the wall. Pain pierced his chest, and Bradshaw looked down to see the handle of the butcher knife sticking out of his breastbone. It twitched with each beat of his heart. He was pinned to the wall like a bug, with his feet dangling a foot off the floor. "You bastard!" Bradshaw spat, flecks of his blood falling on the upturned white mask. Michael stared curiously at him, tilting his head from one side to the other. Bradshaw tried to raise his hand, hoping the gun was still clutched in his numbing fingers. He couldn't raise his arm. He felt warm liquid running down his back to pull on the floor at the base of the wall. It was too late. The last thing he saw was Michael, stopping at a counter beside the kitchen oven to pull a fresh butcher knife from a block. "Oh, the kids," he thought. "Those poor kids." Chapter 15. The Jock and the Cheerleader. Vic groaned in satisfaction as he rolled off Lila and stared up at the shelves of books that lined the closet's walls over their heads. Lila writhed wantonly beside him, giggling to herself. "Wow, Vicky," she said. "That was better than I imagined it would be. You can do that to me anytime you want." Vic smirked, feeling like Superman. He lay back on the mattress, wishing he had a cigarette. He'd heard that a cigarette was great after a roll in the hay. "Sure thing, but don't call me Vicky. Sounds like a girl's name." "Yes, sir," she said, snapping off a quick salute that made her breast bounce enticingly. "I'm glad Miss Glenda keeps this mattress and pillow in here. It was much more comfortable doing it on it than it would have been on top of her desk or the bare floor." "You got that right," he said. "Why does she keep this thing in here anyway?" "It's so weird, right?" Lila said, sitting up to rest her elbows on her knees. "She calls it her bed. Apparently she comes in here and takes a nap in the closet during her lunch breaks. She sent me in here to get something one time during class, and she got so mad when she saw me stepping on the mattress. 'Get off my bed!' she shouted. It was trippy, dude. The lady is a real fruitcake." "That sounds wild," he said as he stood up and pulled his pants on. "I wish I could have been there to see it. I would have laughed my ass off." "Where are you running off to?" she asked with a wink. "I hope you aren't done yet, handsome. I was hoping for round 2 soon." "Round 2?" he asked, grinning ear to ear. "I think I'm in love. I'll be right back, doll. I have to take a leak." She leaned back on her hands, thrusting out what she was offering. "Don't take too long, lover." "Oh, I won't," he said, unable to look away from her chest. "Don't get dressed." "I won't," she said, giggling again. He managed to tear his eyes away and walked out of the closet into the math teacher's classroom, marveling at how the night turned out. He'd been so caught up on Lindsay that he'd never looked at any of the other girls around him. It had taken him completely by surprise when Lila came after him and all but threw herself at him. What man could have resisted that? It was really too bad things didn't work out with Lindsay, though. She was the kind of girl you took home to meet your parents. The kind of girl you settled down with. Lila was neither of those things. She was the kind of girl you screwed the brains out of until something better came along. It'll be so much fun, though, he thought as he stepped out into the corridor and across to the men's bathroom. He flicked on the light before walking past the sinks, pausing to check himself out in the mirrors above them. He flexed his biceps and grinned. His muscles were beginning to show real definition. Just wait, he thought. I'm going to go off to college as jacked as Stallone. Eat your heart out, college girls. He stepped up to the first urinal and started to go. Behind him, the bathroom door opened and someone with a heavy tread walked in. Whoever it was must have been a big dude. Was it Jason come to make amends? "Hey man," Vic said. "Way to have my back in there. Haven't you ever heard the saying, bros before hoes?" They walked up behind him, close enough for him to feel their breath on the back of his neck. Did Jason want to fight him? He finished and pulled his pants up quickly in order to free his hands. He turned around, fist clenched, ready to throw down. He gasped, tried to take a step back, and bumped into the urinal. It wasn't Jason. He knew this man, knew the mask and his name as well as any resident of Hadenfield. Had he really laughed it off when that sheriff's deputy cleared the football field saying that Michael Myers and that other one had escaped? It had seemed like a fun, spooky time, perfect for Halloween in the haunted little town. It didn't seem fun anymore, as he stared up at that expressionless, pale visage. How's it hanging?" he asked, his voice cracking like a kid's just going through puberty. "You're him, huh? Michael Myers, the babysitter killer? Big fan of your work. Those people all deserved it, am I right?" Michael didn't move, didn't blink. Vic tried to step to the side. All he needed was a half-second head start. He would bolt from the room and be gone. The lumbering beast would never be able to catch him. But Michael didn't give him that chance. He moved with Vic and rammed his forearm into the quarterback's neck, pinning him against the wall. Vic reached up, tried to pry the arm free. He might as well try to lift a semi-truck with his bare hands. Pain tore through his stomach from his belly button to his sternum. He looked down, tried to scream, and ejected a jet of blood. Michael had stabbed him in the stomach and drew the blade slowly up, cutting open his abdomen. Pale viscera erupted from the slash to spill over the waistband of his football pants. Vic moaned. He shook his head, pleading with his eyes. Michael paused for a moment, staring right back at him, and then he dropped the knife and plunged his hand into Vic's chest cavity. Vic felt the hand gripping something, heard a meaty squelch as it was yanked free. He looked down to see one of his lungs clutched in the palm of Michael's hand. He held it up in front of Vic's face so that he could see it until the light vanished from the boy's eyes. The shape let the dead boy slide to the floor and then tossed the lung on top of the pile of spilled intestines that pulled on his lap. He wiped his hands off as best he could on the gore-encrusted jumpsuit and then picked up his knife from the floor. There were more people he needed to see. Tommy was nearby. So was the little girl named Lindsay. He could feel it like an itch at the base of his skull. He turned and then froze as the bathroom door opened and a quiet voice spoke, calling the dead boy's name. "Vic, did you get lost in here?" Lila called. "Do you need some help finding it?" She giggled, stepping through the door deeper into the room. She would turn the corner in a second. The shape stepped silently forward to wait. "Baby," she asked as she came into view and saw her dead lover on the bathroom floor. She opened her mouth to scream and the shape surged forward, palming her head in his massive right hand and ramming it into the mirrors above the sinks. Her body went limp, her eyes rolling up to the whites, but he did not let her fall. He rammed her head against the shattered mirror again and again, sending blood and fragments of bone flying across the white tile walls and floor. Finally, he let her go and her body fell across the dead boy's lap. The shape thought it was a fitting place for the two to end up. He turned and walked from the bathroom, turning the light off as he went. Chapter 16. Chase. The shape moved from shadow to shadow along the school's corridor, not hearing the echo of faint voices from further down the hall, but instead the murmur of the voices inside that said he was very close now. He gripped the butcher knife's handle tighter, his heart quickening at the thought of what was about to happen. He would kill little blonde Tommy and dark-haired Lindsay and all of their friends. Then he might leave Hadenfield behind for a time. Lori was out there waiting for him. and he very much wanted to meet her again. There was a door to his left, and he walked through it into a science classroom. Beakers and Bunsen burners sat on desktops beside sinks built into the desk surface. He stopped to study the plastic skeleton in the corner for a moment, before moving to a closed door at the rear of the room. He walked through and found himself inside a small office, decorated in an eclectic style. Posters of rocket ships and strange men wielding laser swords hung alongside those showing the periodic table and diagrams of molecules. A desk covered with a haphazard spread of papers and empty candy bar wrappers stood in the center, and there was another door beyond it. The Shape glanced at the door and heard the voices laugh. They were there, just on the other side. He walked to the door and gently turned the knob. The door wasn't locked, so he passed through into another office that adjoined the first. This office was different, clean where the other was cluttered, professional where the other was juvenile. Two large windows flanked the door that led to the classroom beyond, where several figures sat hunched together on a pair of couches. He saw Tommy and Lindsay. They were so close now. The Shape took a step and then froze as someone groaned nearby. He looked left and saw a young girl dressed in a cheerleader uniform sleeping fitfully on another couch nestled against the office wall. He glanced back to the windows, saw that Lindsay wore the same uniform. So this was one of Lindsay's friends. He crossed the office and stood over her, watching as she began to toss and turn in her sleep. She held out a hand as if warding off an attacker. Had she woke? No, her eyes were still shut. He could see them rolling frantically in their sockets behind her eyelids. "No," she moaned. "Get away." She would draw the other's attention if she grew any louder, and the Shape did not want that. He raised his knife over her, aiming for her heart. Suddenly the girl's body went rigid, and her eyes popped open. She stared in utter horror, not at the Shape, but at something only she could see. She arched her back and loosed a guttural, gurgling scream as 4 parallel slashes spontaneously appeared on her chest, cutting through flesh and bifurcating bone to reveal the flayed organs beneath. Curious, the Shape thought, tilting his head to the side. For just a moment he thought he heard sinister laughter filling the room around them. "What the hell was that?" called a male voice from the classroom outside the office. "Oh shit!" yelled a female voice. "Annie?" The Shape turned from the perplexing sight as the office door was opened by a boy in football pants and a jersey. 3 others crowded behind them, all staring in shock at the dead girl and the Shape. He saw Tommy and Lindsay, started for them. The football player slammed the door, and the teenagers fled screaming. It didn't matter now. There was no one who could help them. The Shape followed after. Sally sprinted up the dark hallway towards the noise, her .44 Magnum in hand. She didn't care if the policemen didn't want her help. They could cuss her out later after everything was over and everyone was safe. A classroom door burst open to her right, and Tommy and 3 other teens shot out in a panic. She reached them, grabbing Tommy by the arm to keep him from bolting. He recognized her and clung to her like a drowning man. "What happened?" Sally demanded. "Which one is it, Myers or Sawyer?" Tommy opened his mouth to answer and screamed again, pointing to the open door as a bloodied Michael Myers emerged, holding a dripping knife in his hand. Sally didn't give him time to come closer. She raised her gun and fired it empty. The bright muzzle flashed, temporarily blinding them all. She blinked, trying to clear the stars from her vision, and heard Ed's gasp behind her. "No way, dude," he said. "That gun would stop a Mack truck," Jason echoed from her right. "That's fucking impossible." The haze faded, and Sally saw what they saw. Michael was getting to his feet, his black eyes locked on Tommy and Lindsay. The revolver was in her hand, and was empty. She touched her pants pocket where she stowed her spare rounds, and knew she didn't have time to reload. "Go!" she shouted, as she spun and pushed the teens ahead of her. They went, and she sprinted after them towards the end of the hall, and into the lunchroom. Eds led the way behind the serving counter into the dark kitchen, where the nearest exit lay. Sally glanced back over her shoulder and saw Michael striding after them. He didn't run, yet he stayed close. How was it possible? Eds ran into a set of double doors at the back, rattling the handles frantically. "It's locked!" "I know how to open them," Jason said. "Move!" Sally walked by an open door on her right and saw the body of the idiot state police officer who had refused her help just minutes before, pinned halfway up the wall by a knife in his chest. She paused in the doorway to look for his gun, but it was nowhere to be found. The holster on his duty belt was empty. She started to step inside the room, but was called back by Lindsay's scream. Sally looked back over her shoulder and saw Michael's hulking frame filling the doorway, leading back to the dining room. "Oh shit!" Ed shouted. "He's here!" "Get the door open, man," Tommy said, his eyes as wide as saucers in his fear. There was a wooden block full of knives on the counter near the stove. Sally yanked a small knife free and brandished it at the attacker. She heard a click behind her, and then Jason was yelling, "It's open, let's go!" Sally retreated backwards towards the group, unwilling to turn her back on the blooded demon that haunted their every step. Cool wind blew on her cheek, letting her know she had passed the threshold out of the building into the dark night. A hand fell on her shoulder, pulled her around. It was the football player. He pointed out across the rear parking area to a large factory on the other side of a vast fallow field. "That's the old textile mill," he said. "It's huge. I bet we can hide there." Sally looked right towards the edge of the school building. The main parking area and street were that way. They might be able to flag down a passing deputy or get back into the school by another entrance. She opened her mouth to say so, but the words died in her throat as heavy footsteps sounded right behind her. The teen saw the shadow drawing near and fled before it, leaving Sally no choice but to chase after them into the field. Michael came on behind them as unstoppable and inevitable as the rising sun. Chapter 17. Between Two Killers. Loomis was at a loss as he stared at the members of the DeStefano family, owners of the Strode house. All was quiet and had been all evening. No ghoulies or ghosties had gone bumping their night. "We are missing something," he thought. "Where would you go in Hadenfield if not to your old home, or Laurie's? Where are you, Michael?" "Are you sure this is really necessary?" Mr. DeStefano asked. The man was shorter than his wife, and his normally kind-faced wore an exasperated expression that seemed ill-fitted there. He put an arm around his two small children, who stared up fixedly at the doctor and lawman in their home. The little boy on DeStefano's left side still had the shadow of his Halloween makeup beneath each sleepy eye. "Yes," Deputy Hunt said as he helped Mrs. DeStefano stuff clean clothes into a suitcase. I'm afraid it is." Mrs. DeStefano sighed. "Why would either one of those escaped loonies even come here?" Brackett, seeing that Loomis was about to start monologuing, stepped between them and put a hand on the young mother's shoulder. "Please, just trust us." He glanced over at the two children meaningfully before turning back to her. "It's not a story we should discuss right now. Just trust that we have your family's best interest in mind and that we would not inconvenience you unless we thought it was absolutely necessary." Mrs. DeStefano considered his words for a moment and then nodded. She and Deputy Hunt started packing again. Brackett stepped away from them to join Loomis in the corner. "Sorry to interrupt you before you got started, Sam," Brackett said with a grin. "You know how you can be, and those kids didn't need to hear the whole sordid tale. They'd have nightmares for years if they knew." "Perhaps," Loomis said. "I do have a tendency to go on a bit. You seem to have something on your mind. Care to share?" Brackett glanced around at the peaceful home, shaking his head. "Something isn't right. Someone should have seen one of the bastards by now." Loomis frowned. "I'm afraid someone already has, and it isn't around to tell us about it. Michael doesn't appear to be following the pattern he did before. He hasn't gone home, and he hasn't come looking for the object of his old obsession. Lee, what if he has found another?" "Then God help them," Brackett said. "What about the other one, Jed Sawyer? I don't have a good grasp on him. You said you researched him on your way into town earlier? Can you guess where he might have headed after he left the TV studio?" Loomis considered for a long moment, starting to speak and gasped as the radio on Brackett's duty belt crackled into life. "Sheriff Brackett," said a garbled voice. "Come back, Sheriff Brackett." Brackett met Loomis's gaze, and Loomis saw the same fear he felt reflected back at him from his friend's eyes. Brackett pulled the radio free and keyed the mic. "This is Sheriff Brackett. Go ahead with your transmission unit calling." "Sheriff," said the voice, "this is State Police Officer Martin down at the high school. Myers was just here. It's a fucking bloodbath. He killed 3 of our guys and 2 students." Brackett ignored the profanity. "Where is he now? Do we have eyes on Myers?" "Not at the moment, sir," Martin said. "We have a witness who reported that Myers was seen chasing a woman and a group of teens towards the old mill behind the school." "Roger that," Brackett said. "Get on the radio to dispatch and advise them to have all available units en route to the old textile mill off of Shallow Creek Road. I'll meet 'em there." Brackett hung the radio back on his hip and started off towards the front door. Loomis ran after him, his heart in his throat. "Does this mean we can stay here?" Mr. DeStefano called out to their receding backs. Tommy sprinted across the cracked gravel parking lot outside the benighted textile mill, gasping for breath and sure that he would die in the dirty old place. Lindsay and the others ran just ahead of him, urged on by Sally Hardesty. Tommy took a chance to look back over his shoulder and stumbled over his own feet. Michael was 50 feet behind them and coming on fast. "Not like this," Tommy thought. "I can't die like this. The boogeyman can't get me." Tommy got his balance and ran through the huge building's open front doors into a large lobby. Broken chairs lay scattered about the space, threatening to trip them up and send them down one final time to meet gruesome, ghastly death. He saw Sally move, heard a click as she turned on the small pin light she'd pulled from her shirt pocket. She played it around the room, spotted another door, and pointed. The teens followed her, all wheezing, all nearly spent. They came out in a long hallway with doors opening to their left and right. Peeling paint hung like flaps of flayed flesh from the walls and ceiling. Mounds of filth covered the floor, the detritus of forgotten decades left behind for the ghost that might haunt the derelict factory. Tommy heard the front door slam against the walls as Michael burst into the lobby and felt his blood run cold. Sally led them on, checking each doorway for somewhere to hide, and finding each room devoid of even the merest cover. Something had to give. They couldn't run forever. They turned a corner into another long corridor, the echo of their footfalls like the steps of an army, masking the sound of their Harrier. Tommy looked ahead, thought he saw something, and then felt hope bloom in his chest. "I see a light in the room at the end of the hallway," he shouted. A light meant other people, and other people meant help against the monster that chased them. They redoubled their efforts, pushing their bodies to the breaking point. They reached the door, ran through, and skidded to a halt in abject horror. There was someone there, all right, but it was the last person any of them would have wanted to see at that moment. Jedediah Leatherface Sawyer stood near the Coleman lantern he'd stolen from the two dead drunks. The two men's butchered bodies hung from the hooks Leatherface had mounted on the nearby column, their entrails and skin piled on the ground underneath them. "Oh, his face," Tommy thought. "That's not a fake mask. He skinned someone's head to make himself a new face." "Back!" Sally cried, shoving the teens out into the hallway. Tommy felt like a rabbit caught in a trap while a wolf crept close. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They were running out of time. A dark shape moved into the corridor ahead of them, and they all skidded to a halt. "I was wrong," Tommy thought, as Lindsay took his hand in her right and Ed's hand with her left. "We're already out of time." The boogeyman stood staring at them from 40 feet away, his butcher knife clutched in his large hand. They turned back and saw that Leatherface watched from the doorway behind them, his chainsaw in hand. "We're trapped," Tommy thought. "Trapped between two killers." Leatherface saw Pretty Sally and the group, and then glanced past them to Michael. The thing inside that made him what he was growled a challenge across the space as he brandished the saw, thinking, "She's mine." Michael stared back, seeing Tommy and Lindsay. The voices inside of him answered the challenge. He raised the knife, thinking, "They are mine." The two monsters started forward. Sally spun, spotted a door to her right, and rushed the others through. They found themselves in an open space with a set of stairs leading up to an office 25 feet overhead. There was no other door in or out of the place. "Fuck it," Sally said, starting towards the stairs. "Climb up." Lindsay went first, dragging Ed's and Tommy along by their hands. Jason came behind them with Sally at the rear, urging them on faster. The sound of the chainsaw revving to life in the hallway outside sent a wave of goose flesh cascading over her body. "Let them fight," she prayed as they reached the small landing at the top of the staircase and turned into the office at the top. Rusted lockers lined the walls and cobwebs hung down like party streamers from the sagging ceiling tiles. A warped wooden desk leaned in the center of the room, one leg broken by the weight of years. They would be found in a matter of seconds, no matter where they tried to hide. She pulled the last 6 bullets from her pocket and reloaded her revolver. "Please," she prayed, "let them kill each other, please. God, let them kill each other." Chapter 18, and the winner is... The two beasts charged each other, met in the center of the hallway like a tsunami crashing into a cliff. Jed raised his chainsaw over his head and brought it down, intending to cleave Michael in two from the top of his head to his groin. Michael feinted back, dodged the first swipe. Jed swung it back, and Michael caught the saw's chassis in his big hands, sending his knife clattering across the floor into the dark. Jed howled with incoherent rage, and Michael started silently back. "This is my home," Jed thought. "You won't take it from me, and you won't take pretty Sally." Something inside him rose up, snarling and baring its fangs like a wild animal defending its territory, and the voices in Michael's head responded in kind. Michael twisted his powerful hands, nearly stripping the saw from Jed's grip. Jed bore down, trying to force the taller man down to the ground, where he would be able to finish him easily. Michael locked his knees and would not bow. The saw swung wildly, its chattering metal teeth nearly scalping both men. Jed pushed, trying to bring the saw down on the center of Michael's face, but Michael was ready this time. The shape stepped back with his left foot and spun, sending Jed sprawling on his face and the chainsaw flying through the air. It struck the wall hard enough to crack the housing, and then tumbled away down the hall to grind to a halt. Jed tried to lift himself up and grunted as Michael's booted foot slammed into his ribs, driving him back down onto the grimy floor. Michael kicked his shoulder, stomped the back of his head, intent on beating him to death. He raised his foot again, and Jed rolled away and made it to his feet. Fresh, warm blood trickled down the back of his neck beneath his still damp new face. Michael had hurt him. He didn't intend to let him do so again. Jed charged forward like a bear, seeking to grab, suffocate, and squeeze. Michael ducked away nimbly and lashed out with his foot again, kicking Jed in the knee. Pain bloomed immensely as something inside snapped like a rubber band. Jed howled with pain, felt powerful blow after powerful blow fall on his back. He collapsed in a heap under the onslaught and felt something hard pressing into his side. It was his mallet. He rolled over on his back, pulling the large hammer free, and swung it in a wide arch. It struck Michael's thigh, driving him back far enough that Jed was able to gain his feet again. His injured knee was a ball of fire raging beneath his flesh, and it did not want to support his weight. He howled in blinding rage and pain and waved Michael on with his free hand. The shape feinted to the left, right, and then ran directly at Jed. Jed swung the mallet, striking Michael's outstretched left hand and shattering bone. Jed followed this with a kick to Michael's kidneys, sending the shape to the ground for the first time. Jed hobbled forward, bearing down on the fallen killer, but Michael was too fast, and he rolled to his feet. The shape held his broken hand up before his face to look at the crooked fingers and swelling palm, and then he looked back to Jed, his normally impassive black eyes flashing with anger. Jed grinned and laughed. The shape's anger burned hotter still, and he ran towards Jed, meaning to bring him to the ground and smash his brains out on the dusty floor. Jed pivoted on his good leg, dragging the other behind him, and slammed his mallet down on the back of Michael's head. Michael went down like a felled tree and lay still. Jed eyed him for a long moment, and then gabbled in triumph. The fight was won, his new home was safe, and he would soon have his hands on the pretty girl who had caused the death of his family. He stepped forward, his mallet raised to deliver one more blow. Michael twisted and thrust the butcher knife he'd fallen on up at Jed, plunging the blade deep into Leatherface's stomach. Jed stumbled back against the wall, clutching at his bleeding wound, whining like a hurt child. Michael got to his feet and stood over the humbled figure. He lifted the knife, prepared to carve and skewer, but stopped as the light faded from Jed's eyes. His whining quieted, and he grew limp. The voices in the shape's head sang. The victory was his. This other was defeated, and there was nothing and no one else to stand between him and his prey. He walked up the hallway slowly. There was no reason to rush. He turned into the room they had fled to, saw that there was no way out. saw the stairs climbing to the office above, and started forward. Chapter 19. The Blackest Eyes. The sheriff's cruiser was a banshee wailing in the night, the forest passing by on either side a blur as the car careened down the old pockmarked road. Brackett took a sharp curve on two wheels. Loomis gripped the edge of his seat but did not protest. He knew what was at stake, had heard two names relayed from the witnesses at the high school that sent a shiver down his spine. They'd been wrong. God help them all, they'd been wrong. Michael hadn't escaped to seek out Laurie, but the only other survivors from that dreadful Halloween night back in 1978. Little dark-haired Lindsay Wallace and Tommy Doyle. The boy who named Michael Myers the boogeyman. Loomis stared out of the windshield as the car's headlights splashed across the brooding shape of the old abandoned textile mill ahead. "We're the first ones here," Brackett said as he skidded to a stop in the parking lot and jumped out of the cruiser without taking the time to shut it off. Loomis clambered out and ran after him, drawing his gun as they ran towards the mill's open front doors. Heavy, deliberate footsteps slowly climbed the staircase outside the office, each reverberating tread like another nail hammered in their coffins. Tommy tried to slow his rapid breathing so he could suck in his stomach and make himself as small as possible. It did not matter. He was wider than the locker he was hiding behind, and he knew his shoulders stuck out for even a blind person to see. He swallowed hard, trying not to vomit, and glanced towards the desk in the center of the room where Lindsay and Ed's were hiding. Sweat dripped from the frightened boy's nose, and yet Tommy could see that he had placed himself between Lindsay and the door. There was hard steel under Ed's Haskins' soft exterior. Lindsay saw him watching in the dim light cast by Sally's abandoned pen light and tried to smile at him. Tommy couldn't manage to smile back. Would he have had a future with her had fate not decreed that his path intersect Michael's on that night? She really was special. It was too bad he wouldn't get the opportunity to find out. Movement behind her. Tommy looked up to see Jason crouched down behind another locker, hoping that by staying low he might escape notice. It was a lost cause. His white football pants seemed bright as a firework in the shadows. All good people, great friends, and there was only one thing standing between them and the end of possibilities. He turned his gaze on heroic Sally Hardesty. She stood against the wall by the office door, her magnum held out at shoulder level, waiting for her target to appear. Michael had been shot before on the night that he tried to kill Laurie. Sally herself had shot him at the school earlier. Could she stop him by shooting him again, or would he go on and on like Arnold Schwarzenegger in that movie about the killer robots from the future? The footsteps reached the landing outside. He would be in the doorway in a second. Sally shifted her weight, readying herself. Creak. The boards beneath her feet groaned under her. Sally's eyes went wide. A huge hand burst through the wall and struck Sally in the side of the head, knocking her to the ground. The big revolver fell from her grip, rattled out onto the landing and over the edge to crash on the floor far beyond any of their reach. "Fuck!" Sally shouted as she rolled to her feet and pulled the small knife she'd grabbed back at the high school from her belt. The blade looked tiny in her small hands, barely long enough to be considered a paring knife. It was nothing compared to the butcher knife Michael held in his hand as he stepped inside. She's gonna get killed, Tommy thought. I've got to help her. Something long and heavy leaned against his ankle. His switchblade. He reached down to pull it out of his sock as Sally moved forward, lithe as a cat. Her small knife flashed out, cut deep, and then she was away again, circling Michael. Maybe Sally didn't need much help after all. She definitely seemed to know what she was doing with the knife. Michael lunged for her, swiping with his butcher knife. Sally dodged and slashed his wrist and his ribs. Blood began to flow, and Tommy could see a change in the way Michael moved. He seemed cautious, no longer on the offensive. Was Sally going to manage to beat him after all? She jumped forward, thrusting her knife at his heart, and Michael did something Tommy didn't expect. He dropped his own knife and twisted to the side, so that Sally's blade sunk into his shoulder. He moved like lightning, grabbing her wrist in his good hand. Tommy heard a brittle snap and Sally cried out. Her knife clattered to the floor. He let her stab him, Tommy thought. She was too fast, too skilled for him to fight, so he let her stab him so he could grab her. Michael shoved Sally to the floor at his feet and bent to pick up his fallen butcher's knife. Sally knew what he was about to do. She held out her hands to ward off the coming blow. "No!" Tommy shouted. He ran forward, pressing the silver button on the switchblade's handle to release the 6-inch blade. He brought the knife down, stabbing his boogeyman in the upper back. The knife turned in his grip as the tip slid across Michael's scapula, opening a ragged wound in the killer's back. Michael turned, silent as the grave, and slashed Tommy across the chest. Tommy fell to the floor and struck the back of his head on the office floor. Dark stars bloomed before his eyes. "Don't pass out," he begged. "Everyone is dead if you pass out." Michael moved over him, kicking Sally in the face and sending her sprawling on the floor beside Tommy. She came to rest on her side, not moving. "Oh, Sally," he thought, "please don't be dead." Michael stepped over him, leaned down, the nightmare white mask filling Tommy's clouded vision. Something sharp glinted in the dim light. It rose in the air above his face, poised to strike, ready to bring oblivion. Another shape moved over Tommy, and he heard Jason's voice shouting with anger. "Get away from them, asshole!" The football player was young and tough and strong. He hit Michael low, wrapping his arms around the bigger man's waist, meaning to tackle him to the ground. Michael took one step backwards, and no more. He reached down, wrapping his own arms around Jason, and lifted the teenage boy from the ground. Michael pivoted, and Tommy saw Jason fly across the room like he weighed nothing. Jason hit the lockers 10 feet away with enough force to dent them in and rolled to the ground unconscious. Someone else moved to Tommy's left, and he heard Ed's cry out Lindsay's name. Tommy glanced up with hooded eyes and saw her standing over him with Sally's knife in her shaking hands. "No, don't," Tommy tried to breathe, his voice barely a whisper. "Lindsay, run!" No one heard his plea. Tommy saw her raise the knife through a thickening red haze, heard her cry out in pain as Michael slashed her hand with his own knife. Lindsay lost her grip on the knife as she tripped over Tommy's legs and went sprawling. Michael stepped over Tommy to stand with his foot on either side of Lindsay's head. Tommy tried to stand, to scream for help, to do anything that might save her, and could not. He sank deeper into the encroaching dark, chased down into unconsciousness by Lindsay's screams. Brackett rounded the corner into the long hallway with Loomis right behind him, playing the beam of his flashlight along the walls. He saw a large shape laying near an open door halfway down and ran towards it. "Please don't let it be one of the kids," he prayed. They drew close and slid to a halt over the large body of Jed Sawyer. Loomis knelt, grimacing at the gruesome new mask he wore, and checked for a pulse. "He's alive," Loomis said. "Where is Michael? What happened here?" "It looks like someone stabbed him," Brackett said. He tossed the older man a pair of hand restraints. "Cuff him to that pipe sticking out of the wall. We can deal with him after we find Michael and the kids. If we're lucky, maybe he will bleed to death before we get back." Loomis secured the cuffs and stood glancing around them. "Where to now, Lee?" Brackett opened his mouth to reply, but his voice was cut off by the scream of a young woman coming from the open door near them. He bolted for the door like all of hell was biting at his heels, and Loomis came on behind. It was time. Little Lindsay Wallace's throat was bared before his blade. The Shape raised the knife, ready to carve and cut and cleave. Something hard slammed into the back of his head, and the Shape stumbled away, clutching the base of his skull where fresh blood ran. He turned to see Ed's bearing down on him with a large lead pipe in his hands and murder in his eyes. "Stay away from her, you son of a bitch!" Ed yelled, bringing the pipe down again. The Shape raised his hand to deflect the blow, felt his arm go numb with the impact. Ed's hit him a third time, and the Shape was driven back through the open office door and out onto the landing. His back struck the railing, and his butcher knife went flying down to join Sally's revolver somewhere in the dark below. Ed's pressed the assault, hoping to end the Shape with another blow. He swung the pipe, aiming for the Shape's temple. This time the Shape caught it, yanking the improvised weapon free and tossing it over the side. Ed's tried to retreat, but the Shape was far too quick. He grabbed the nerdy teen by his throat and lifted him off the ground. Ed's hammered his fist on the Shape's wrist, scratched his hand. He tried to kick, but it did no good. The Shape stared up at the boy, and then slowly started to turn, swinging the boy towards the railing and the two-story drop to the concrete floor below. Sheriff Lee Brackett reached the bottom of the stairs in time to see Michael carrying Ed's to the railing. Brackett knew the kid, knew his parents, just as he had known each teenager taken by the monster on that Halloween night all those years ago. "Never again," he thought, as Loomis came up beside him, and they both brandished their guns at the monster above. "I won't let you take another soul from my town." "Stop, Michael!" Loomis shouted. "Don't do it!" Michael paused, recognizing his doctor's voice. Rage scorched his black soul. Damn the meddlesome old man. He was always in the way. He lifted Ed's higher, loosening his grip. Brackett squeezed the trigger and fired. The bullet taking Michael high on his left side, spinning him round. Ed's fell free and crawled back inside the office, out of the line of fire. Brackett felt righteous good cheer bloom in his chest, thinking, "I finally got to do it, Annie baby. I finally got to shoot the bastard that took you from me." Michael leaned back against the railing, breathing heavily, staring down at the two men with hate-filled eyes. He pushed off, trying to go back into the office after Ed's, and Brackett and Loomis opened fire. The hail of bullets struck Michael, knocking him around like a rag doll. He fell back, tumbled over the rail, and fell to the concrete floor without a sound. He struck, rolled over onto his side, and was still. Click, click. 2 firing pins fell on empty chambers. Brackett met Loomis's gaze, and both men quickly reloaded. History had proven it was wise to err on the side of caution in situations like this. Footsteps rattled on the landing as Ed's and Lindsay appeared, both looking worse for wear but otherwise okay. Lindsay recognized Loomis and smiled. "Who all is up there with you?" Brackett called. "Is everyone all right?" "There's some lady up there that came with us from the school," Ed said. "She, Tommy, and Jason Kilpatrick are unconscious but alive. Did you get the boogeyman? Is it over?" Brackett eyed Michael's crumpled body for a moment and then nodded. "It is." "At least for now," Loomis said, as the wail of approaching sirens reached their ears. Hadenfield and Illinois State Patrol's finest had arrived to save the day. Epilogue. Evil endures. Dr. Samuel Loomis leaned back against the hood of Sheriff Brackett's cruiser, watching as Sally Hardesty and Tommy Doyle were loaded onto separate ambulances. The paramedics made to close the doors and were stopped by Lindsay, who jumped into the back with Tommy and took his hand in hers. "Are they going to be okay?" Loomis asked. "Yeah," Brackett said. He took a drag on his unfiltered cigarette, studied it for a moment, and then tossed it to the ground. Maybe it was time to kick the habit. He suddenly didn't feel like dying was such a good idea anymore. He turned to Loomis. "Jason Kilpatrick and Ed Haskins were both healthy enough to catch a ride in the sheriff's office with Deputy Hunt. They'll give their statements, and then a deputy will take them home. Tommy and Sally were a little worse for wear, but I've been assured they aren't in any real danger." Loomis nodded. "That's good, then. It's too bad we can't say the same for those two men that saw you murdered inside. Did you know them?" "I know them," Brackett said. "I'm trying to think of a way to tell their families that they're gone. I mean, what do I say? The fucking psycho dressed them out like two deer he was gonna eat and took one of their faces to wear like a goddamn silver shamrock mask. The burden of responsibility is very heavy at times," Loomis sighed. The textile mill's front doors swung open, and two more gurneys were wheeled out, their passengers large, bloody, and shackled wrist and ankle to the rolling bed's metal rails. Each chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm that filled Loomis and Brackett's soul with trepidation. If there was a God in heaven, why did he let evil endure? Why must good people, innocent people, die while monsters went on and on? Michael Myers and Jed Sawyer were loaded onto the remaining two ambulances and hooked up to monitors. Loomis was too far away to hear the incessant beep of the machines, but he could see the screens from where he stood, see the jagged green lines jump in a steady, metronome time. Beat, we go on. Beat, we endure. Beat. Could things like them ever truly be killed? Or was the world cursed to an endless cycle of pain and loss at the hands of inhuman devils? What did we do to deserve this? Loomis thought. He met Brackett's gaze, saw the same fears reflected there. Loomis reached out and took his friend's hand. Brackett squeezed it, unselfconsciously, and they turned back to watch. Beat. 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 A deputy closed each door and hammered on the back to let the drivers know they were good to go. The taillights flashed and the ambulances pulled out of the parking lot in silence. After all, there was no need to hurry. Their cargo was in no danger. They pulled onto Shallow Creek Road and turned left, carrying evil away. Loomis watched them until they were out of sight, with the sinking feeling in his weary heart. The end. Afterword. Author's Note. Hello everyone. I don't usually write notes at the end or beginning of my books, but I felt like I should add one here explaining my thought process behind the writing of my first completely original fan fiction. The genesis was in a conversation between Josh and I. Josh asked if I could write an original slasher piece featuring one or two big baddies and suggested Texas Chainsaw as one, given that there had been very few novelizations for that series. I told him I would give it a go, but that I wanted to make sure the idea gave a plausible reason for each to come together. A week or so later, I had my idea. For what it's worth, I think the premise is decent and not too contrived. I hope I succeeded. As for the setting, it can be considered to be in a timeline of its own, with ties only to the first Halloween and first Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I wanted to tell a story without all the baggage from 2 or 3 different disparate timelines. I also really enjoyed finding Lee Brackett and the place he was in after the death of his daughter in the first movie. In the movies, Brackett blamed Loomis and was angry. I wanted to explore a different relationship between the two that had never been written before. How would a father and a law enforcement officer deal with the 2 different imperatives pulling him in opposite directions? That's enough from me. I'll stop rambling now and wish you good listening/reading. I would like to thank Josh for once again giving me the opportunity to do what I love, tell stories, and for giving me a platform for my work. You are the man, brother, and I can't wait to work with you on more projects in the future, or even write one together. Thank you to all the listeners of the 80s Slasher Librarian who took the time to listen to my What If. And finally, a shameless plug. If you enjoy my writing, please consider checking out my original works on Amazon. There are 2 available right now that I'd love to get your opinions on. Happy listening, and as always, what Josh says, be excellent to each other, and remember the sun never sets on those who ride into it. Jeremy Terry, 2025. Okay, Slash-a-Holics, this has been The Halloween Massacre, his original novel. I had a lot of fun narrating this book from beginning to end, and I really appreciate the kind words that Jeremy Terry wrote in his afterword, the author's note. I may have read it, but they were his words. Thank you, Jeremy, and I hope everybody takes the time to check out Jeremy's other books on Amazon, including The Halloween Massacre, which is available right now. The link to that is in the description and pinned comment below, with the links to Celestial Slumber and Quarantine, a Friday the 13th novella. We're building up a really awesome library here on the channel. Yes, we have all these official novelizations and tie-in books, but I'm really enjoying the original work, the stuff we've gotten from Landon Turner, from James Acosta, from Jeremy Terry, Jake Martin. And there's going to be more, I'm sure. And I really enjoy bringing these awesome fan fiction novels and tie-in books and everything to life here on the channel. I enjoyed revisiting older characters from the first Texas Chainsaw and the first Halloween, especially Loomis. I'll never pass on a chance to get back into the mind of Samuel Loomis. He's one of my favorite characters to ever voice in a book. Makes me wish there was more Halloween books. I may have to write one myself, who knows. I like the whole setting of a real shady, shitty TV show, you know, just the worst, bringing on serial killers and glorifying them on national television, and the karma that came with that. I thought it all played out very realistically and naturally. I enjoyed them whenever they passed each other in the prison. The massacre that happened at the TV studio, everything that happened at the school, their confrontation in the sawmill. I thought their fight was great. It wasn't too short. It didn't drag out too long. At first, they were okay just, you know, going their own separate directions without fighting, but once they had certain victims in front of them, they each wanted what they wanted. If I had anything that I was a little disappointed in, I wanted to see Sally, fight Jed a little bit, but it's realistically in the situation that Jed would not do very good against Michael Myers, so it made perfect sense that Jed was taken out of the picture, and it became more of a Michael story towards the end. Very, very suspenseful, a lot of tension there at the end. I didn't know who was going to die, who was going to live. I thought Tommy, even Sally, Lindsay, Jason, Ed, I thought that any of them could die at any second. But the fact that they all made it is awesome. I like the fact that the killers are still alive, and I just picture them both waking up in their ambulances, escaping, and setting up a whole new book, or 2 books with their own stories. Definitely don't think they're going to be taken back to prison. I think they're going to find a way to escape before then. But that's my own headcanon. Please let Jeremy know what you all thought of the book in the in the comments below. He loves to hear from you. I love to hear from y'all and talk about these books. And yeah, there's going to be a lot more cool stuff on the channel coming up. More work from Jeremy Terry. He's writing a Freddy's Dead novelization, since one doesn't really exist except for like a 60-page kind of a picture book. He's going to bring that movie to life. Also Hellraiser 2 and Bone Tomahawk. Lots of cool stuff coming from Jeremy. I plan on narrating the Scream books by Landon Turner. James Acosta has a cool anthology book coming up called Nightmares. Well, it's not really an anthology book. You'll see when it comes. He'll explain it to you. But it looks really cool. I'm working on Friday the 13th Primal and Celestial Slumber 2. The sky's the limit. Lots of slasher mayhem still to come. Thanks for listening. Be excellent to each other. And no matter how crazy it gets out there, remember to stay sane inside insanity. Please consider donating to the channel through PayPal or Cash App as a one-time donation to the channel if you enjoy what we do. You can join our Patreon or become a channel member. Also, you could check out our Cameo or purchase one of the books on Amazon. I've got Celestial Slumber and Quarantine both on Amazon right now in ebook, paperback, and hardcover. Jeremy Terry has his books as well as the Halloween Massacre on there as well if you're interested. And really, the best thing you can do to show support for the channel is subscribe, click the like button, leave comments, and let others know about the channel. Alright, have a great night, and we'll see you soon.
Of horrific might, just spins his airy weave in the stories we believe. I'm a slash-a-holic, addicted to the fright.